Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays. Welcome to Talking Tea with Aneuryn. Actually, this is kind of a little bit of a misnomer today. It's not Talking Tea, it's Talking Smoothie. Because I didn't have enough time to make myself breakfast, so I have breakfast in the cup. I hope you're okay with that. But yes, welcome everyone to Talking Tea with Aneuryn. Oh, hang on a second. Now, why is chat doing that? Chat, how could you? How could you do this to me? I'm gonna have to fix this live like I did with the other one. I thought I had fixed this though, that's the problem. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Let me just grab those. I fixed it for some scenes, but not for others. Okay, so chat is doing that thing again where it's hanging. It's not scrolling forward like it should. So if you just give me a second, I'm gonna just paste all of these chat screens away. Into all of my other scenes, so get that done and dusted with, so we don't have to worry about it. Why are you doing that? Every time I click on something, it's opening up the properties window. It shouldn't do that. That's a double click. Stop that. Stop it. It's annoying, and I'm not happy about it. Alrighty, so chatting screen, I only need source right. There's already a source left on you. And that. Oh my goodness, why does it do this? I don't know. Why does it do this? It's like it hasn't saved. After I fixed this issue, it's like it hasn't actually saved my OBS setup, which is really weird. Because obviously it should have. Oh no, I need the other one. There. I think that's done. Yep, that's done. Excellent. Alright. Let me close studio mode, and now I just have to refresh it. Nope, I need to open studio mode and refresh it. Nice. There we go. Alrighty, so it's fixed. Brilliant. Great start to the stream. How are you guys doing? I see we had Hellfire breezing through. Good to see you, Hellfire. I made my smoothie extra thick today. I didn't put enough milk in it. That's fine. It's so thick, I feel like I can chew it. It sucks that chat looks great for us, but not for you. No. It was you guys that had the problem. It was stuck. Oh, I guess you guys, yeah, you guys can see the chat in YouTube itself. So yeah, I guess that's right. But the on-screen chat. This. Oh. Oh. Why am I movable? That's weird. Okay. The on-screen chat over here was what was sticking. Why was I movable? That's weird. Okay. I thought this was talk and tea. Nobody mentioned smoothies. I feel lied to. I know. I'm sorry. I just haven't had time for breakfast today. It is delicious, though. Someone used telekinesis to move an iron. Yeah, they did. How dare they? How dare you do that? Without telling me. I would have said yes, but you could have just asked. Matcha? Matcha? Matcha what? Matcha the football. Just offended an entire nation. Go me. Oh, no. I got black tea. I got a teapot. Ooh, actually, speaking of teapot, I need tea. Oh, no. Hang on. I'm just gonna go to sleep a second. Hold up. I think I may have left the tea bags in my teapot for too long. That's gonna be disgusting. Aneuryn's a Brit, so he has a different standard and preference when it comes to tea. I don't dislike other tea. I do drink green tea. But not necessarily matcha, more sencha. Mostly I drink black tea. I drink Yorkshire tea gold. I've got a very posh tea. I've got a what is it? It's an Earl Grey from Harrods of London. Harrods are pretty expensive. That's a loose leaf. I like white tea. I like rooibos. I like hibiscus tea. I drink all kinds of tea. It's not just one thing or another. Matcha's not for me. It's too. I don't like how bitter it is. But I remember watching a Japanese guy talking about matcha, saying that it's not meant to be enjoyed. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. It's like so one of the when you do a traditional Passover feast, right? There's a moment during the ceremony where you dip, I think it's you dip what is it? I think it's you dip coriander into horseradish, and you just eat coriander dipped in horseradish, and it's like it's not designed at all to be tasty, right? The whole point is that the bitter herbs are supposed to represent the 40 years of bitterness of wandering in the desert. So with matcha, for example, matcha, it is used ceremonially for a lot of things. And yeah, I've heard some people saying like it's not meant to be enjoyed. It's a bitter tea, and that's the point. Coriander is actually the street I live on. Please don't dox me, bro. Oh no, I'm sorry. I like sorrel / Jamaica too. I've been in the past. This is a hibiscus tea though. I have bought a tea called 𝗂𝗂𝗂, and 𝗂𝗂𝗂 is a Jamaican tea using hibiscus. Joke's on you, I like it anyway. That's fine. Everyone's welcome to enjoy the things that they enjoy. That's the whole point. That's why we're here. We're here to hang out, enjoy some things, read some gaming news, have a cup of tea. In my case, having a big old tub of smoothie because I'm hungry. I've definitely found my favorite smoothie to make myself. At least for now. I need to find other ingredients I can use. I really like making berry smoothies, but because it's, you know, fresh berries, they got a lot of seeds and nut matter in them, so it's very bitty, you know? It's like, almost like drinking sand to a certain extent. But the one which I've got right now is apples, carrots, banana, and Greek yogurt. And it is super tasty. And it's really thick and filling and full of fiber. That's the important part, you know? It's just, it's mostly fiber. Being from California, we're huge on smoothies. I did know, yeah. Florida as well. Florida is kind of big on smoothies. I remember even when I was a kid, like smoothies weren't really, I mean, smoothies have been a thing for a very long time, but like, even like as a kid, we didn't really have smoothies in the UK, you know? We did, you know, there are always some people that had, you know, a blender or something to be able to do something like that. But even as a kid, I remember being in Florida and having smoothies, you know? And then I'd never heard of them, or I didn't hear of them again for many years, and then people started talking about smoothies in the UK. I just noticed something, and I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, it seems that I'm gonna have to disassemble my desk. This is gonna be difficult for me because I need my desk to stream. I just looked up and there's some black patches on the air conditioning unit. I'm gonna have to clean that. That means I have to move my desk. I don't want to move my desk. That's gonna be a problem. Maybe I could just stand on my desk. That'll be fine. I could probably move everything else and stand on my desk. Oh my... Oh, righty. I just told another streamer I don't have money to tip her. She said it's okay. I can't watch her and you simultaneously. It's obviously what I choose. I hate certain realities and aspects of things. It's fine. If you watch with someone else, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm doing fine. I'm doing alright. It all depends. Positive energy isn't reliant on one person. It's reliant on a lot of things. So don't feel yourself obligated. That's not the kind of environment that I'm trying to set up here. I really don't want anyone to feel like they're necessary, like they have to be here. That's totally the opposite of what I'm trying to do, honestly. Solution's obvious. Start streaming and have people tip you. Exactly. So people can tip you, so you can feed your addiction of tipping other people. So things are, it's starting a little bit slow right now, but we got some cool stuff to talk about. Well, some cool stuff, some not so cool stuff, and I'm still kind of setting stuff up for us to take a look at. Waiting for the topics. So far, I'm looking at the PlayStation DRM stuff. Sorry, just moving my microphone. Hold on a second. Okay, so we're looking at the PlayStation DRM stuff. There's some de novo news. There's some Nintendo movie news. We got some Xbox news. Sort of. ZX Spectrum Next news and Super Z SNES. So we got a few things. We got a few things to look at. Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. Sony have just been completely dropping the ball recently. Do you remember the way that they did that ad for, well, when was it? Was it for the PS4? I think it was for the PS4, where they were talking about, this is how you share games on an Xbox. You don't. This is how you share games on a PlayStation. Guy hands a disc to another guy. Yeah, well, considering they're moving away from physical media, and the fact that they're using super restrictive DRM, there's no way you can share games on PlayStation now. It's getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I know what movie? Ah, do you know? Do you know? You think you do, but you don't. To quote Blizzard. You think you do, but you don't. Ooh, what's this? Other news? Yes, I have other news. Secret news. Secret news known only to myself and Nintendo Life. Warcraft movie. No, it's not a Warcraft movie. Do you know what? Let's talk about that for a second, shall we? I actually liked the Warcraft movie. Did anyone else watch Warcraft? I did. I actually really liked it. I thought it was good. I think a lot of people didn't like it because it wasn't World of Warcraft. But there's a lot of people that played World of Warcraft that didn't even know that there was other Warcraft games. So, yeah. So when Blizzard and, what was it? Was it Universal? I don't remember. Who made the Warcraft movie? Universal. It was Universal. Yeah, I think there was a lot of people that were shocked. It was like, wait, whoa, hold on a second. Warcraft, not World of Warcraft? What's going on here? I thought it was good though. I enjoyed it personally. Personally, I enjoyed it. I think that what's his name? Travis Fimmel? Travis Fimmel. I think he did a great job as Anduin Lothar. That was really good. And I think the movie overall was just like really a good Warcraft movie. Not a World of Warcraft movie, but a good Warcraft movie. I actually thought it was good. It was a good introduction to the orcs, which are more like a sympathetic villain rather than like, oh, it's the evil barbaric orcs, you know? They actually did a really good job of really portraying the plight of the orcs, how the orcs were being used during those early games. I love that Garona is basically a quintessential sexy orc, because of course, because you can't have not sexy orcs. I'm sorry, what? Paula Patton played Garona, and yeah, it's like, hey, look at me, I'm a sexy orc. Absolutely necessary. We need sexy orcs. More sexy orcs, please. The only movie I saw this year was Mario. Thinking of watching Michael, but no, the Warcraft movie was hang on. The Warcraft movie was from 2016. That was ages ago. Hey Hunter, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? But yeah, yeah, the Warcraft movie was a long time ago. 10 years ago now. Holy crap. I plan on watching Mortal Kombat 2. Me too. I can't wait for Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 2 looks like it's going to be really fun. I liked the first Mortal Kombat movie of this new series. I thought the first one was actually... It was mostly okay. I loved the fight scenes. But, like, some of the explanations, like the magical robot arms, is just so stupid. Honestly, they could have done anything but magical robot arms. That was so dumb. But, from what I've seen so far of Mortal Kombat 2, it is very much so running on the premise of, hey, you know what? We recognize that we made some mistakes. So, if you know the events of the first movie, that's good. But it's not necessarily going to be important to like rewatch the first movie to be able to enjoy the second. And I think that's probably the best way forward, is that the first movie... I think if you take the first movie as a series of segments, it was actually really good, right? If you take the Scorpion Sub-Zero fight, that was awesome. When you take some of the other fights throughout the movie, like when Liu Kang starts to discover his abilities, the Kano fight is amazing. I think that the first movie is pretty good as segments. And it does set up a bunch of those characters, which are going to be instrumental in the second movie. But I think it's going to be the second movie where they actually start considering plot, you know? And they're not taking themselves too seriously with this one. That's the other thing. I think that one of the biggest problems was that Jax got magical robot arms and they played it completely straight. It was super serious. At some point, I feel like someone should have asked the question, how magical robot arms? How do magical robot arms? And I think that would have you know, alleviated some of the tension of my confusion of why were they magical robot arms. That was like that was really, really dumb and unnecessary. And I think I would have preferred to have just gotten Jax to have his arms replaced with prosthetics, you know, like in the games. Hey Xander, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Mortal Kombat 2. I like what they've done with Johnny Cage. I like that Carl Urban is playing an old and washed out Johnny Cage. That looks really fun. I'm also looking forward to the Street Fighter movie, which is going to be coming out towards the end of this year. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far when it comes to video game movies. This year is looking pretty packed. Well, not packed, but you know, we had the Mario Galaxy movie, we got Mortal Kombat coming out, we got Street Fighter coming out. I'm pretty excited, honestly. I think we're going to be eating good today, this year, when it comes to video game movies. Also, minutes ago, I saw Grok was put behind a paywall. Oh, good. Means I don't have to... Oh, excellent. Cool. It means I don't get accidentally grokked. Unlike Aneuryn, I am very careful about what I wish for. I didn't say I wanted more sexy orcs. I was joking about the fact that they had to put sexy orcs into the Warcraft movie. Can we not have... I don't need sexy orcs, I swear. Mortal Kombat Annihilation did the arms better? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of things that I think Mortal Kombat Annihilation did really well. Yeah. But it was Mortal Kombat Annihilation. The whole package is a little bit up in the air. I think that there's a lot of people that enjoyed... I think I enjoyed Mortal Kombat Annihilation at the time, but in retrospect, it's like, man, that's not a good film. Have you heard about the Steam controller? I did, yes. Actually, that was something I was contemplating. Should we talk about it today or not? I guess we can. I don't think there's a lot to really talk about in that regard. The Steam controller is kind of interesting. It's definitely not for me. I don't like the touchpads. I really can't stand the touchpads. It's awful, honestly. If I wanted to play games with touchpads, I'd just play mobile games, you know? I much prefer having a control stick, a proper control stick and buttons. And the Steam pad looks rather large. Yeah, I know it's got back buttons, but I want, like, real buttons. I don't touchpads. I don't like the touchpads. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking, why did they release the Steam controller now before the Steam box? And it turns out that, that Valve have actually responded. The reason they're releasing the Steam controller now is that the Steam controller isn't a dedicated piece of hardware for, you know, specifically for the Steam box. It's a controller that can be used on a lot of different things. So if you want to use the Steam controller for other games or for games that or playing stuff on Steam, you can. But the Steam box has actually been delayed, and it's been delayed because of the hardware shortages, which is, yeah. That's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of an issue, the shortages of hardware. In fact, hardware shortages are going to be coming up a couple of times in today's stream. So Steambox has had to push back its production so that it can do so at a reasonable price. And even still, they're probably looking at more like PC prices than console prices. It's going to be well over $1,000. It wouldn't surprise me at this point if the Steam box is going to be near $2,000. Steam frame? Steam frame. What's the Steam frame? Oh, that's their VR kit. Okay. I don't know what that's got to do with the price of peas, but there we go. Yeah, the Steam machine is what I'm talking about. Steam box. Steam machine. Okay, Kit Guru have got an article on this, so let's pull that up. Oh, great. That's not working either. Fantastic. Hang on a second. There we go. Okay, Kit Guru. Kit Guru got an article on this one. Valve expects to share Steam Machine and Steam Frame news soon. Valve says its upcoming Steam Machine and Steam Frame projects remain in development as the company works through shifting hardware timelines and a global memory shortage. This is something that is going to be affecting us for a very, very long time. AI has been really destroying the games industry. Not just the games industry, but like consumer electronics as a whole have been utterly decimated by tech bros who just want more. Let me zoom in on that, sorry. There we go. Yeah, so the gaming landscape and consumer electronics as a whole have been utterly devastated by tech bros pushing this AI bullshit. And it's really annoying because a lot of people are now blaming like Xbox, people are blaming Nintendo, saying, "Oh, you're putting the prices up and you shouldn't be putting the prices up." They have to. They have to. Because of the utter devastation that these AI companies have wrought upon the gaming industry and consumer electronics as a whole. I wanted to upgrade my PC. So I bought a new graphics card the end of last year. I still need to send my other one back. I keep forgetting to do it. I bought a new graphics card at the end of last year, and that graphics card has less onboard RAM. And so I thought to myself, it's fine. I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I'm just saying, it's fine. I can just get more RAM for my PC. That was an error of judgment, because I should have bought RAM at the time. And I didn't. And now I can't afford to, because the RAM is more expensive than my PC. Sorry, more expensive than the graphics card. I never thought I would see a day where RAM would be more expensive than a graphics card. But here we are, and I hate it, right? It is horrible. I don't want to be in this consumer electronics environment, but here we are, unfortunately. But the global memory shortage is affecting everything from Steam Deck to future devices. In a new interview with IGN, Valve programmer Pierre-Loup Griffet, that's a French name, said progress is steady even if the company isn't ready to commit to firm dates. Okay, so they're still developing it, but they don't have a date for it yet. 𝗬𝗂 noted that Valve is hard at work on trying to get them out the door and expects to roll out some news soon, but reiterated that there are no exact details about the timeline to share today. The broader challenge facing Valve is the ongoing memory shortage, which has pushed component prices higher and constrained supply chains across the industry. 𝗬𝗂 said Valve's strategy is to diversify suppliers wherever possible. We're trying to make sure to keep options open and to work with as many different manufacturers as we can, he explained, warning that relying on a single source would leave the company downstream of potential shortages in ways that could affect continuity of supply and end user pricing. Yeah, so that's basically, we could probably continue reading this, but that basically sums it up right there. That is it. That is everything that is happening right now. And so the Steam box has been delayed. It's getting pushed back because of shortages. I'm worried that when the Steam box does actually release, or Steam machine, whatever you want to call it, Steam Cube, when it does eventually release, I have a fear that it's going to be a little bit underpowered. I don't think it's going to be underpowered in the sense of it's using last year's technology, but I do feel like when it releases, it will be releasing with technology which is contemporary. You know, it's gonna have the technology of that moment, slightly more affordable technology for that moment, and that means it's only going to take a couple of months to maybe a year before the Steam Deck or Steam machine goes out of date. I hope that's not the case. I hope they're forward thinking about this. I hope that Steam releases a system that is going to, in a way, replace PC, but in a good way. And, you know, I may actually consider buying one to be able to stream. Because this is something which I've always said, is that streaming video games from console to PC always run better. If I have to do like a PC stream, like Monster Hunter Wilds, for example, I always run into issues, and every time that there's an update for Monster Hunter, or there's an update for OBS, I need to rejigger my settings so that everything fits together, so that everything works well, because invariably, when I've got OBS running, something is lagging. I don't know what it's going to be, but something is going to lag. That's just the way it works, unfortunately. I've got a really good graphics card. I've got a top-of-the-line AMD graphics card. And the truth is that I still have lag issues if I'm streaming. And I don't know why. I've tried to figure it out, but I don't know why. Hey Max, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Let's see what else it's only a little bit left. Let's continue reading this. According to 𝗬𝗂, this strategy has been a part of Valve's hardware philosophy from the beginning. From the get-go, we've been trying to make sure that we have many options, he said, calling it really useful in this kind of climate because it allows the company to work with all the big players and some of the smaller ones as well. Okay, that is good. Like, but at the same time, I think it's important to understand why a lot of tech companies focus on one particular supplier. And the reason for that is because if you've got a piece of hardware which is slightly different for whatever reason, maybe its run speeds are not as good, like for RAM for example, maybe it doesn't have a particularly good bus, right? But maybe you've got a piece of RAM which is really, really good, and a piece of RAM which is mostly okay, right? It means that two people could buy a Steam machine, and one will run a lot better than the other, because you've got a bottleneck somewhere. And obviously, I'm not suggesting that Steam would go into this without thinking about that. I'm not suggesting that they would go into this without first testing the different hardware. But if you're getting hardware from multiple different sources, then that hardware isn't necessarily made to the same standards and the same quality that you would get from somewhere else. Like, we're talking about the difference between, let's say, a Corsair RAM stick to a T-Force RAM stick to some unknown brand RAM stick, you know? You can still get the RAM to work, but is it necessarily going to be as good as, say, Corsair or, I'm just trying to think anything, what other RAM, what RAM do I have? I don't have Corsair. What have I got? RAM. Oh, Samsung does RAM as well. I forgot about that. Yeah. There are only 3 main companies that make consumer RAM? Oh, wow, okay. Crucial, that's the other one I was trying to remember. Crucial. Yeah, yeah. There you go. So yeah, if you got like T-Force, you got Crucial, you've got Corsair, you've got all these different companies making RAM. If someone is supplying from multiple different sources just to be able to fill one box, right? That means that some people will have a Crucial RAM stick, some people might have a T-Force RAM stick, some people might have Corsair, some people might have Samsung, and the differences in the quality of those builds means that different people will get different versions of the Steam machine. And like I said, they will probably test it. I have no doubt that they will test it to make sure that it works just fine, but it does make me worry that some people are going to get different, slightly different specs, shall we say. He compared the current memory crunch to the microcontroller shortage during the COVID era, which hit industries from automotive to consumer PCs. Valve was able to keep product shipping then because it had designed for flexibility. We were able to navigate that and keep some supply in a climate where maybe some other players were not able to do that, Griffey said. He expects Valve to approach the memory shortage the same way, even if the underlying conditions are pretty global and difficult for any manufacturer to fully avoid. Kit Guru says, it sounds like we can expect more Steam Machine and Steam Frame news as we get closer to the summer. Unfortunately, there is still no word on how much this will end up costing amid all of the memory price adjustments going on week to week. I think it's going to be close to $2,000. I think the Steam Machine is going to be $2,000. Or close to. Let's call it $1,700. Let's split the difference. I think it's going to be more than... I think it's going to be a bit more than 1,000. But I don't think it's... It might not quite hit 2,000. I think it's going to be 1,700. Or round about that margin of price. So yeah. But yeah, so despite the fact that the Steam Machine isn't... they've got really no news to share, except for to say that they're diversifying suppliers wherever possible. Steam, or Valve, I should say, have still released the Steam controller, and it's not for me, but if that's what you're into, if you like the look of the Steam controller, then you have fun with that. But for me, I'm just not a fan of the touchpads. Let me get up a picture of the Steam controller. Oh, there's one right there. Okay. So that's what the Steam controller looks like. Now, I don't know how I feel about that. And it's, how much is it? I forgot to even check how much it was. $150 Australian. So that's probably like $100 US. All right, let's see what this says. While we're still waiting for the long-awaited release date and price of the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame, Valve has today confirmed that the Steam Controller will launch in Australia on May 5th for $150 US. The Steam Controller features next-gen magnetic thumbsticks, so basically it's got Hall effect thumbsticks, which is really good. I like Hall effect thumbsticks. I much prefer them over traditional contact thumbsticks. And I've been meaning to update my Joy-Cons to have Hall effect. Because, you know, because they just work better. They don't have, drift. You don't get stick drift from magnetic control sticks. It's got high-definition rumble, grip-enabled gyro, 2 trackpads. I don't like the trackpads. That's the thing that really bothers me, is I don't like the trackpads. Motion control back buttons, a Steam button, a quick access menu button, and it can be used with anything that runs Steam. Interesting. It's not going to be long before it's going to be able to be used on, like, Xbox and Nintendo and stuff like that. Someone's gonna find a firmware crack, or gonna write a firmware crack, and it's gonna end up being able to be used on pretty much everything. So, if this is something that appeals to you, more power to you. It does not appeal to me, unfortunately. I've tried using a Steam Deck. I don't like the Steam Deck. I hate that they put all the buttons, like, squish them right up to the top right corner. It feels really uncomfortable to use, in my opinion, and that's because, this is the one thing that I feel like Valve just don't give a shit about, is that they are pushing this idea of, oh, we've got trackpads. Aren't trackpads better? No. No, I don't think trackpads are better. I don't want to use that. If they had done a version of the Steam Deck that didn't have trackpads, that had control sticks and buttons in the correct place, so they'd be actually easier to control, I would have bought a Steam Deck years ago. But the reality is that it's super uncomfortable to use if you want to use the buttons and sticks. And they're basically forcing you to use the trackpads, and I don't want to use trackpads. There's a reason I don't play mobile games. I mean, I think for a generation of gamers that are fine with playing mobile games and stuff like that, sure, this is going to be appealing to them, perhaps. But for me, I like a control stick. I like a D-pad. And forcing the trackpads is just so frustrating. If Steam were to release a version of the Steam Deck that didn't have trackpads, that was more comfortably positioned with the buttons and the sticks, I would buy one. I would. I don't have anything against the hardware itself. I have a problem with the trackpads. Idiots at Steam thinking human thumbs are magnetic. I don't think that's what they mean by magnetic thumbsticks, but fair enough. But yeah, not a fan, really not a fan of the trackpads here. That being said, $150 for a controller, not bad. I've spent a lot more on controllers, I can tell you that. The Elite 2 is what I use for my PC. The Xbox Elite 2. That was $220 when I bought it. It's a very premium controller, though. It exudes luxury. But yes, that's the Steam news. Let us jump on over to... Let's talk about this PlayStation shenanigans. Hang on a minute. Let me go back to chat screen for a second. I've gone and clicked on something. I've clicked away from what I was looking at, so... It's because I clicked on the Grok thing. Ronald told me about Grok and distracted me. It's Ronald's fault. Blame Ronald. He's the one that distracted me. You let off some steam. I don't really have steam about it. I gotta be honest. I'm not... I don't like the touchpads, and I find them to be... I find Valve to be frustrating because they don't do anything for people that just want a traditional controller setup. I've used traditional controllers my entire life. I'm not gonna change now. It's so annoying. Like, why would you do that? Thinking of getting the new Tomodachi Life soon? Oh, really? I've seen a few people on the channel have been talking about playing it. I think Tira has been playing it. Who else was here that was talking about Tomodachi Life? I don't recall. There was a few people here saying that they got Tomodachi Life. You mean Animal Crossing Sex Romp? I don't think that's what the game is. No. No. Max, I think you... Did someone sell you Animal Crossing Sex Romp? That does seem like you may have bought the wrong game. You've watched people playing it, it is? What? No, it's not. It's really not. Or at very least it shouldn't be. Oh, sorry, I missed the button. My ears popped, I had to re-equalize. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's like The Sims, but it's using Nintendo Mii's. It's definitely not a sex romp. I don't know where you got that from. That being said, you can kind of set it up to, you can kind of set it up so that, you can give people preferences and their favorite things and stuff like that. So, I don't know, maybe you can set it up that way. I wouldn't imagine, though. It is so you spend your whole time trying to make the Mii's fall in love and mate. They don't mate. Stop it, Max. Better than The Sims because it's not made by the company that destroyed Spore. That's true. That's a good point. I got a second. I just need to put my air conditioning back on. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, but yeah. I don't know about Tomodachi Life. I can understand why some people enjoy it. They like to make a bunch of characters. They like to make a bunch of their friends, and they basically just chuck them in a room together and see what happens, and that's kind of fun. That's cool. I get that. I understand that. I've never been a fan of that kind of game, though. So, I'm probably not going to be picking up Tomodachi Life. Why is it that all the I just don't like the popular things. I guess. That's just me, I suppose. Mii's can have children? I didn't know they could actually have children. Okay, all right, Max is right. Okay, fair enough. Max is correct. They can, you do try to force them to fall in love and mate. All right, fine. Fine, that's the thing. It's Animal Crossing sex romp. I get it. By far the weirdest thing I've seen is a me eating a toy bus on the beach. Oh my goodness. That is weird. Oh my goodness. I don't like popular things, man. Man, I don't like the popular thing. You know that popular thing? It sucks, doesn't it? Not giving EA another cent? Oh, me neither. E. Overall, the game is just... I think that's what it is, yeah. It's just... Overall, it's just a silly game. And I just don't... I don't jive with that kind of humor. It's not for me, at very least. So, okay. It's funny that Hunter posted just an E like that, because apparently that is a meme. And I remember someone was talking about the E meme and saying that, oh yeah, it's a meme, it's a Markiplier meme, and that's what the E thing is. It's like, no, guys, no, stop, please. That's not an E. It's not a new thing. The E meme is old, like 10 years old, like 20 years old. The E meme is so old. It comes from EA Sports. You know, there used to be ads for EA Sports which were like, EA Sports, it's in the game. And someone replaced all of the E's, replaced all of the words with E. So it was just E. It was, that's where it used to be. That was the original meme. And it's kind of evolved, and it's taken on new meaning, but a lot of people don't actually know where it originally came from. But yeah, the EA Sports, it's in the game. That's where the E joke came from. Happy 20th birthday, E. Exactly. Yeah, 20 years old. Wonderful. Probably not 20 years. Probably more like 15. I'm just trying to think, because, like, obviously, 10 years ago is 2016. Yes, I do feel old. Thank you for asking. I don't think it would have been quite 2006 where I first saw the E thing, but it might have been. It could have been. Like 2007, 2008-ish. It's not far off. It's nearly 20 years. So I'm still drinking my breakfast. From Spubby. What the hell is a Spubby when it's at home? Spubby? Spubby. What the heck's a Spubby? Spubby. Oh, okay. It's a Subway joke. Okay. Spubby. Eef frisch. Spronk. Okay, there are some words that catch me off guard, right? And, this Sprite meme. Try Spronk. I'm having one. That's a good one. I like that one. Ah, dear. I completely missed it. Bubsy? No, not Bubsy. Spudsy? What's Spudsy? Spudsy is a sweet potato fries company. No, it's not that. Taco Barco, tinkle outside the bingo. What the fuck? What the hell? Taco Barco, tinkle outside the bingo. Oh no. That's like that, the one that, oh no, that one's gonna get me rolling now. Damn it. The one that that always got me was, the James Bond one. The name's Bond. Sorry, was it the James Bond? Name's Bond. Bond's Bond. Are you okay? Bond's having a strunk. Call a bondulance. Hang on, let me see if I can find that one. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Bond having a strunk. Bames Nond, that's the one. Can I do this? Yes, I can. That's incorrect text. Hang on. So this is the one.
The Bond's name. James.
Oh wait. Where's the volume for that? Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry.
The Bond's name. James' name. Please do. What? Bond name is the James. Are you all right? Bames Non's having a strong. Call a bondulance.
Oh my goodness, I love that one. That was that's gonna have me giggling all day. So Max posted a meme in Discord. I'm gonna have to check that, see if it's legal. Oh right there it is. Tinkle outside the bingo. Oh, he found the E meme. Yeah. Hang on. Pull that up. Ah, no. Stop. And apparently the Ifreesh. Wait, I can't click on that one? Are you for real? Hang on, let me get my, Alright. Let's go back over to the reaction a second. So, this is the original E. See? It's that simple. Alright, and the other one is this one.
Dunkin' Donuts, America run no dun-dun, Spubby, E-free, Wheaties, old-fashioned Herkus Burgers, Bubgerkurg, have it in a way, Taco Baco, tinkle outside the binkle, Apple Bapples, Neighborhood Gibbon Bib, McNaldo's, I like the it.
There you go, folks. Funny word is funny. Have it in a way. He said the funny words. He said the funny words. Funny words are funny. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ah. Oh my goodness. All right. All right. Let me finish off my smoothie and then I'll have a cup of tea. Actually, there's a lot more to this smoothie than I thought. I thought I was finished, but I'm not. Tell you what, these smoothies, they keep it going. If I was playing Tomodachi Life, I would fill it with that stuff. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. Okay. I can see, look, I'm not saying that Tomodachi Life isn't enjoyable for some people. And I can see how it's a case of, I guess it's like make your own fun, rather than it being just a game. It's a kind of make your own fun kind of game. So I do get it. I guess I understand. I just can't see myself coming back to it. For me, it would be a fad. It would be something I played for, like... I'd play it on the first day, and I'd be like, huh, that was really funny. And then I would never touch it again. For me, the appeal is daytime drama. TV has been crap for years. I'll do it myself. Okay, I can kind of see that. I don't know, though. I'm another person that just doesn't get soaps. I've never really understood soap operas. I guess, my parents, oh, I shouldn't say my parents. My mother used to watch all of them. Home and Away, Neighbours, those are the two main Australian ones. EastEnders, Coronation Street. There's a lot of them. What was the one that was, Emmerdale? Emmerdale was the other one. It used to be Emmerdale Farm. When it was originally, when they first made Emmerdale, it was Emmerdale Farm. Because it was based on, you know, a small plot of land that was a farm. But over time, it just kind of became the whole village. And so they changed the name from Emmerdale Farm to Emmerdale. I still remember that, though. My mother used to watch all the soap operas. My grandmother used to watch all the soap operas. And they were even soap operas for kids. We had a few. Grange Hill was one of them. But I never got into them. I never really understood them. I never really got the appeal. Like, watching other people's drama. It's fine. I've got enough of my own. I don't need other people's drama at all. Thank you. I tried making V1 in the Tomodachi Life demo. Didn't go well. What's V1? Oh, from Ultra Kill. Yes. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was reading. I got distracted. Sorry. I was looking at different things. All right. I'm also joking, just the best way I could put it. I hate soap operas. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the, I can kind of, I see where you're coming from though. Like soap operas, they're definitely not for me. and it's not something I've ever really enjoyed. I know that the Australian ones were always kind of big because my mother used to watch them all the time. My grandmother used to watch them. My mother preferred Home and Away. My grandmother preferred Neighbours. And I don't really hate them. I want to be clear about that. I didn't dislike Home and Away and Neighbours, but I really couldn't get into Coronation Street and Emmerdale and stuff like that. It just got to be... I don't know, it kind of felt like it was going the direction of American daytime drama, where there was, you know, oh, this person murdered that person, but it turns out they didn't murder them. They murdered their twin brother. Oh no. And the twin brother was actually pregnant with your child, you know, and it's all kinds of stuff like that, you know. There's no cogent storytelling. It's just cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger. Oh my goodness, if you're still here, then who is lying in the hospital bed with their face bound up in bandages? You know, that kind of crap. And yeah, that I don't know. I just never understood the appeal of that. The ever escalating drama of like, how crazy can we actually make this? I don't understand how people watch that crap. I gotta be honest. I'm not here to yuck your yum, right? I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you're wrong for liking it. I just couldn't possibly understand how that appeals to anyone. It is so brainless. Like my channel. Despite that noise, I am not at the end of my my smoothie. Oh, Anna, I forgot to mention, I drove my tractor through your haystack last night. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. I threw my pitchfork at the dog to keep quiet. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Okay, we're gonna call that smoothie done. And I'm gonna pour myself a cup of tea now. Hey, Neo, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Yeah. Oh, I've got a brand new combine harvester, and I give you the key. I love that. It's actually a good song, though. That's the problem. Like, it's a joke. It's called it's called Combine Harvester by the Wurzels. It's supposed to be a joke, but it's like unironically a funny song. It's a good song. Now, I'm just making myself a cup of tea. You're gonna have to hold on. I'm just gonna have to chill, okay? Relax, folks. It's in the title. I've got to have a cup of tea. I'm contractually obligated. That smoothie looked like mysterious alien jelly. I mean, it actually does kind of look like it's a very thick smoothie. I gotta be honest. Like thick with 2 C's. All right, I got myself a cup of tea. How's it taste? Oh yeah, Oh, excellent. I definitely left the tea bags in for too long. Hang on, I'm gonna flicker for a second. Boop. Mug achieved. Let's go. Ah, that's good. Oh yes, that's good. That's delicious. Nothing beats a good cup of tea. Mmm. Delicious. All right. Let's move on to the next piece of news that we got. It's not really news, it's more olds. And I say that because we talked about this yesterday on stream. Hey, Lainey, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Ooh. Ah. Cantona. Say ooh, Cantona. Sorry. Lainey. You just give me a good idea. I've been using milk in my smoothies because I usually do milk and Greek yogurt. But, we should get some fruit juice to put in our smoothies. That'll smooth them out. A little bit of orange juice. Maybe some mango nectar. That'd be cool. We do have mango pieces there. I haven't used them. I should have. I should have by now. Yeah, they're probably not their best. I gotta be honest. Oh well. Welcome to stream, Lainey. How you doing today? Juice? Yes, I will juice the juice. That's what I will do. But yeah, let's get on to this. Let's get on to this olds. Alrighty. So, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it is something that is worth repeating. It's something that I think a lot of people need to be aware of because there's a lot of bullshit going on right now. And really, we need to talk about it. As gamers, we need to be aware of what is happening in our industry and in, you know, with the consoles and the games that we are playing. Nectar, I barely know her. Yeah. we did that one the other night for liquor. Liquor, I barely knew her. I keep forgetting to press the drink button. I'm sorry. You can get all the horrible drinking noises. Alrighty. So, there were some, at the time, unconfirmed reports coming out a couple of days ago about PlayStation games not being playable offline. And that is a problem. So what was happening was people were turning on their PlayStation 5s. PlayStation 5s which weren't necessarily permanently connected to the internet. And they were discovering that they were unable to play some of their digital games. This was thought to have been a glitch, and some people reached out to the PlayStation Store, or the PlayStation Assistant, I'm sorry, to which they received this response. I can't scroll down. So I'm kind of missing the bottom of that response, but wherever you can see it there. Thank you for your interest in the 30-day timer that has been applied to all new purchases. Affected content, games purchased digitally after March 2026 update. Offline functionality. If the console does not connect to the internet within 30 days, the license expires, and the game may refuse to launch until connection is restored. Primary console restriction. Setting a console as primary does not bypass the 30-day requirement. A 30-day The 30-day is a valid period and is not a sign of account restriction or anything like that. So what's happened is that PlayStation, it is now confirmed, have placed a restriction basically on, they say it's not a restriction, it absolutely is a restriction. If you do not connect your PlayStation to the internet once every 30 days, you will lose access to your games until you connect again. So if you are someone that downloads your games to your PlayStation and then disconnects it from the internet because you don't want people like tracking you or whatever, if you care about your privacy, or maybe you just don't, you know, you connect to the internet when you absolutely need to and disconnect any other time. Perhaps you've got limited router space or whatever. There's plenty of reasons as to why people might not necessarily want to keep their PlayStations permanently connected to the internet. If you're one of those people, you are going to have to connect your PlayStation to the internet every 30 days. Otherwise, your games will not launch. And this is absolutely disgusting. And the question, of course, the first question that everyone asks is, so what happens when the servers go down? Because inevitably, one day in the future, servers will go down. What if does PlayStation have the ability to just press a button and disconnect you from the internet? Does PlayStation have the ability then to remotely turn off games? And the answer is probably. Yeah. That isn't outside the realms of possibility. So games that you buy, that's not good enough. It's not good enough that you bought those games. It is now a case of you have to be connected to the internet. You have to keep refreshing your license or you lose access. This is absolutely disgusting behavior. And I'll tell you why I believe it's happening now. I believe this is happening now for two reasons. One, Denuvo just got royally screwed. And two, it's because Stop Killing Games is winning. So if you don't know about Stop Killing Games, I probably should bring that up, shouldn't I? Stop Killing Games is a... Let me pull this up. Oh. Oh, I like the new splash screen. That's very cool. So, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to try to stop developers and publishers from discontinuing games that you've already paid for. And the problem is that there are lots of games. Currently, one of the major games that we're currently fighting about is Ubisoft's The Crew. Which recently got completely discontinued. Ubisoft shut down the servers, and without a server connection, The Crew 1 does not work. You can't play single player, you can't play multiplayer, you can't do anything. Every time you load up The Crew, it checks with the Ubisoft servers. And the Ubisoft servers have now been taken down. They did this intentionally because they wanted you to buy The Crew 2. But the problem is that it also disables single player. It disables any local play. So you've got all this stuff downloaded to your system. You've got all of the DLC, perhaps. You've got all of the maps and everything. You've got the disc itself. You can't play The Crew 1. You can't. It doesn't matter that you've got a physical copy. It doesn't matter that you've got it all downloaded onto your system. You cannot play The Crew. It's been disabled by Ubisoft from the server side. And Stop Killing Games is fighting back. We're all fighting back. We're fighting back to make sure that these companies are not allowed to do that. That they don't get to decide when we get to play the games that we've already paid for. And the thing is, we are winning. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. We are winning. Stop Killing Games has gone to the European Parliament, and Ross has given his perspective. He has had a bunch of other people, a bunch of lawyers with him as well, to talk about how what is happening right now with video games, the gamers are buying games and then those games are being taken off us. And the European Union is going, yeah, no, that's actually a really good point. That's terrible. That should never be allowed to happen. That's against the consumer rights. Even to the extent, before Stop Killing Games got to the European Parliament to talk about this, the EU was already suing Ubisoft. So, we're definitely on the right side of history in this one. Okay? And this is the reason why I think PlayStation are afraid. That's why they're implementing these measures now, because they want to control what games you play. They want to control when you play them. They want to force you to be connected to their servers at all times, so they can monitor your stats, so they can monitor your playtime, so they can monitor what games you're playing. Because without that, they don't have data. And without that data, they can't sell you shit. That's what they want. They want to be able to actively sell you stuff based on your past history. And they don't like that they're not going to be able to do this. And based on what is happening in the EU right now, and this is happening in California as well, based on what's happening in the EU and California, consumer rights are being upheld. And I think what's happening is Sony are terrified that they're not going to be able to do this on a game-by-game basis. So instead, they're doing it on a platform basis. They won't be allowed to discontinue individual games. So instead, they'll discontinue every game from a hardware level. And that, to me, stinks of desperation. Absolutely disgusting behavior, yes, but desperate. They are losing. I don't think this is gonna last. I genuinely don't think this is going to last. I think that when the European Union get a whiff of this, it's gonna get overturned. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Ross actually takes this to the EU and says, and just last week, look what Sony did. And then Sony will have a choice. Does Sony want to continue to be this authoritarian control freak in the games industry? Or do they want to actually sell consoles in the EU? Because that's an option. The EU doesn't give a shit. The EU are not going to care whether or not you make sales in their territory. If they decide that they're going to be banning PlayStations, well, PlayStations are going to get banned. So I can't see Sony sticking with this one. I really can't see that happening. But yeah, this is a desperation move, in my opinion, from Sony. Does it play confirm that it's not every 30 days? It's just within 30 days of the purchase. It's just within 30 days of the purchase? Are you sure about that? Because, I've got other evidence to suggest otherwise. So, here we go. So this is Mohammed Adel. There's a lot of confusion right now about the PlayStation 30-day DRM issue. People are calling it a random bug or saying that it affects PS Plus games. It's not a bug. It is happening to regular purchases. I investigated what happened under the hood to see exactly what Sony did, and here's the technical breakdown. First, Sony didn't change anything on the console software side. The expiration timer has always existed to protect subscription content. What has changed is the server issues you a .rif, rights information file, to the digital license your console uses to verify you own a game. To test this, I compared the hex data of the RIF files for the exact same game across 2 accounts. One bought before March, one bought recently. For the old purchase, the end of timestamp offset is set to 7FFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF recent purchases, that infinite value is gone, and the server now actively populates the end timestamp to expire exactly 30 days out. Bottom line is, Sony simply reusing existent feature, that being the subscriptions feature, on any new digital license you get from Sony servers, now comes with a 30-day check-in requirement baked directly into the license. No, but it's using the this report doesn't specifically state that it is a reoccurring thing, but like he says, it is using the existing subscription content features to be able to manage it. So that would be reoccurring because it's a subscription. This is just a bunch of data that I don't think people are going to necessarily understand. But what it's doing is it's putting a 30-day countdown clock into the license. Is that the code for white or black? That is none of the above. But yeah, it does appear to be a 30-day check-in requirement that is on a countdown. Oh wait, hold on a second. There's a newer post. Actually, I didn't see this one. Apparently after 14 to 16 days, as in once a refund period is up, they silently switch your license to a permanent one. Oh, that's really scummy. What's this? Is this reset era? No wonder I didn't know about this. This looks like reset era. Okay. I mentioned earlier in the thread how I had a game that was affected by this, and which subsequently fixed itself. I've been doing some further testing to try and understand what's happening. I have a jailbroken PS4 so I can poke around at things. This is PS4. I'll finish reading it, but at the moment this appears to be PS4. So I can poke around at things behind the scenes. Here's where I found out about licensing seems to work on the PS4. The PS4 will install a license file for the content your account owns, regardless of whether or not the account has actually installed it. This is a key point if it is true that they are addressing a license exploit. This happens automatically. So if I buy a game on the PS Store website and then turn on my PS4, the license for that recent purchase is automatically installed. Whether or not you can use that license for the game is then further controlled by the activation state of your console. Is it set to primary or offline play? Or whether you're online and connected to the PSN. In case of non-primary consoles, in either and connected to PSN in the case of non-primary consoles. In either case, those license files always seem to be present. These license files are valid for an indefinite amount of time for content you own outright. 14 days for content from PS Plus Extra and Premium, and for the duration of your subscription to the PS Plus Essentials games. Right, so that's one of the things that we noticed, was that when we were on the PSN, shortly after we disconnected from PSN, we were still able to play some of our games, and then after a couple of weeks, we weren't able to play the PSN games again. We were under the impression the PSN games were like permanent when you downloaded the free weekly games, or monthly games, or whatever it was. But it turns out they weren't permanent, so yeah. We were confused about that at first as well, but I guess that makes sense then. What has now changed is that new purchases are not being automatically issued a license file with an indefinite duration. Instead, a 30-day license is issued. I have 2 recent purchase games I have been able to test this with. Game 1 I purchased on April 9th. I turned on the PS4 on the 21st of April, and the 30-day license for the game was automatically installed. I then installed the game on the 25th of April. The information screen confirmed the game was only playable offline for another 26 days. Approximately 30 minutes after installing the game, the license had been replaced with one which was valid for an indefinite amount of time. And this remains the case if I delete and reinstall the game. So that is 16 days between the initial purchase and the license showing as being eligible for permanent offline play. Game 2 I purchased yesterday on the 27th of April, and I installed it the same day. Again, a 30-day license for the game was installed. Unlike the first game, no permanent license has been issued yet. So why is one game behaving differently to another? The obvious thing which stands out is the length of time since the purchase. I've owned the first game for 16 days, which puts it outside of PSN's 14-day refund window. So I'm speculating that perhaps people were exploiting the fact that you could purchase a game, grab the indefinite license file of the thing, of an exploitable PS4, and then refund the purchase. And Sony is currently mitigating this issue by time limiting the initial license that you are issued. Alright, so what they're saying is that if you were to buy a game, you could copy and paste the license that you were issued off of your PS5 or PS4, refund the game, and then put the license back onto your PS4, and you'd be able to just play the game normally. Okay, I can kind of see where they're coming from with that. I can definitely understand this. In lieu of actual information from Sony, perhaps we can do some community detective work to validate this. If anyone has a PS4 and recent purchase made prior to April 14th, do you see a time limit on the game once you installed it? Does it go away after a short while of being connected online? Or, if you have more recent purchase, see if it changes from the 30-day license to an indefinite once it's been more than 14 days. And this is someone responding. Yeah, this is definitely reset era. This is someone responding to that previous post saying, thanks for the detailed info. I have seen some people on the PSN profiles forum and Reddit monitoring the timer. It seems to disappear for them at around the 14 to 16 days. For example, the person on PSNP mentions they bought a game on 25th of March and it no longer had the timer by 9th of April. So 15 days. Alright, okay. It does appear that there is a reason for this that is somewhat legitimate. That someone was exploiting the permanent licenses. But at the same time, I don't want to be that guy that's like, man, this really sucks. Oh, I've been proven wrong, but I'm going to double down. My name isn't Pirate Software. Hang on, we've got something else here as well. This claim that you get a real license for, after 14 days. However, sorry. This claims you get a real license after 14 days. However, multiple people who are testing this DRM tried games bought over 14 days ago and still get blocked, so this isn't true. Now they're changing the narrative to after 30 days, which it sounds like cope to defend Sony. Interesting. Hang on. I just tested with my digital copy of Resident Evil Requiem that I purchased on April 10th on PS5 Pro with CMOS battery removed and disconnected from the internet, and it still works. It seems like this person's finding is correct, that it switches to a permanent license after 2 weeks. Interesting. But what they're saying is, taking out the CMOS battery at all instantly wipes temp licenses on the spot. So, okay. So that means that it does appear that it does switch over to a permanent license, because you can see it right there. There's the CMOS battery, right? So this individual has taken, they've got their PS5 Pro turned to offline mode. They've taken out the CMOS battery, which completely wipes your temporary files. This is true. This is 100% accurate. But they are still able to play Resident Evil Requiem. Here's another test. This time in an older game that I purchased for this test that was released before March update. CMOS removed and internet disconnected as before, and the new DRM is triggered. I'll test this game again in 14 to 16 days, see if the DRM is removed. There we go. So there's proof that this game can't connect to the server, and they'll check it again in 14 days. We'll see what happens. He will have to reconnect to the internet, though, to be able to do that. So that would count as an update. I don't know. I don't know what that's trying to prove. But, still. Check the replies, pretty sure Does It Play didn't rebuke that post, but they were up all night telling people, no, it's not reoccurring. Oh, okay. Make no mistake, this situation is still horseshit for the consumer either way. One DRM situation is terrible and the other is worse. Exactly. And this is the problem. Like, alright, it's not a 30-day reoccurring thing. Or a 14-day reoccurring thing. Alright, that's fine. That's good. I'm glad that's not the case. It's still frustrating that there's DRM at all. And that's still a problem. Where if we want to stay offline, if we want to go off the grid, if we want to cut the cord, as it were, we are going to discover a lot of these sorts of problems occurring from this point onwards. It means that no games that you buy are truly yours. And that's the problem. This isn't about whether or not it isn't just about whether or not we get our games taken off us every 30 days. It's also just about the fact that this is a continuing issue. And just because it's not happening with PlayStation, like we thought, this story has been corrected, It doesn't mean it's not happening, because it absolutely is. Because Denuvo just released a new version and it got immediately cracked. Hey Marley, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So Denuvo responds to hypervisor-based day zero cracks. Hypervisor-based bypasses now allow day zero cracking, a bypass of the Denuvo protected games. Erdetto, Denuvo's parent company, responded to these bypasses. We are already working on an updated security versions for games impacted by the hypervisor bypasses. For players, performance will not be compromised by these strengthened security measures. Denuvo tanks games performance. It does. I'm getting so sick and tired of Denuvo constantly saying, oh, but we have no noticeable impact on the games that we're installed in. Yes, they do. They are continuously shown to actually have a negative impact on the games that are being played. It hits performance. It does every time. It does. And people have shown this. People have actually gone in and hacked games to remove Denuvo, and they run better. This isn't even some kind of conspiracy theory. This isn't people saying that, you know, there's no tricks at play here. This isn't snake oil. Well, Denuvo is snake oil, yeah. This isn't snake oil. We have got confirmation. It is absolutely factual that Denuvo does impact game performance. But every single time they say it will not compromise game performance, it does. It absolutely does. So Denuvo basically got wrecked immediately. Before the new version was released, it was already hacked. They found a way around it. They also confirmed addressing hypervisor-based workarounds will not require Denuvo to move into Ring 1 or a deeper kernel level, and that this is not the direction that they're pursuing. Pretty much for the past few years, Denuvo have been constantly trying to get deeper and deeper into kernel access. That's exactly what they're doing. Like, they are literally telling you what they are planning by saying we are definitely not doing this. Please do not look at the man behind the curtain, right? Denuvo saying that it does not impact performance. Yes, it does. Denuvo saying they are not maneuvering to get into deeper kernel level. Yes, they absolutely are. That's what they've been doing for years. And Pirate Nation says, oh yes, this will 100% hit performance even more. I don't know what they are planning to fight crackers, but it won't be good for anyone. We have an answer. We know now what their plan is to fight crackers. Denuvo is being cracked in all single-player games it previously protected. 2K games and Denuvo reportedly retaliate with mandatory 14-day online checks. So, okay, fine. PlayStation aren't doing it, but Denuvo and 2K are doing it. We've reported on... sorry, I don't know if that's... no, it's volume's off. Okay. We've reported previously on... Let me zoom that in. There we go. We've reported previously on feats of the Skull and Bones community against Denuvo's DRM. The cat and mouse game has essentially come to a head for now, as the pirate crew has officially reported that, as of yesterday, there were 0 games with Denuvo that hadn't been cracked or bypassed. Hallelujah! Praise! Praise to the Skull and Bones crew! This development should be of little surprise to those following the story along, but here's a quick recap. In late 2025, the MK Dev Collective and the prolific 𝗏𝗏𝗏 came up with a hypervisor-based bypass HVB that installs kernel-level driver to intercept and respond to 𝗏𝗏𝗏's checks. While that's not an actual crack, it's good enough for piracy work, as the saying goes. Simultaneously, Voices38, a well-known cracker, also fully stripped a few choice titles of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 entirely, including recent releases like Resident Evil Requiem. As a somewhat predictable response, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 2K Games reportedly just added a 14-day mandatory online check to several titles, including NBA 2K25, NBA 2K26, and Marvel's Midnight Suns. This is impossible for the HVB to emulate, as it is a request-response call to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 servers, and thus, in practice, can't be replicated. At some point, the code that executes this check could be removed, but that requires a full game crack rather than a HBP. That's a bypass. So basically, what is 𝗏𝗏𝗏? 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was an anti-piracy software that has been added to video games. They've been adding it to video games for probably about 15 years now. And it's not very good. It's really not good. And now, through 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they are going to force games to connect to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 servers. So, alright, like I said, I can put my hands up in the air and say, hey, look at that. Fantastic news. This isn't happening with PlayStation anymore. Turns out that there was a false alarm. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏 are doing it. 2K are doing it. And no doubt this will be implemented into other games that include 𝗏𝗏𝗏. So it's not anti-piracy, it's just paints a target. It is anti-piracy. It's supposed to be anti-piracy. But unfortunately what it does is it has performance issues. So... or I should say it causes performance issues. I think people would be fine with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 if it worked. Obviously, it is a way of preventing piracy from occurring because it checks the hypervisor. It's connected with your PC's hypervisor. So it double checks to make sure that the correct executables are running for it to be an official game. And it checks that the game that you're running hasn't been patched or cracked in an unofficial way. But it does cause issues because it's constantly running in the background along with the game. What has happened is a bunch of piracy groups have been attempting to disable 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in any way that they can. And these new piracy methods have... Sorry, these new methods of getting around 𝗏𝗏𝗏 include completely bypassing the hypervisor checks that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 requests. So, because they can bypass that, because they can basically disable 𝗏𝗏𝗏, it means that piracy is easier. Now, I want to be clear here, right? I want to be absolutely clear. I do not condone piracy, right? I'm okay. I'm fine with emulation. Emulation, if you've got, like, ancient games, NES games, SNES games, N64 games, Mega Drive Master System, Sega Saturn, if you can get one that actually works. I've got no problem with emulating games, especially games that you can't purchase. if there are games out there that you want to play, but the companies don't offer a legitimate way of being able to play them, I think that you should be allowed to find other ways to play them, you know? There are so many games that exist right now that people don't have legitimate access to. And even if they were to get like a legitimate physical copy of a game for SNES or for NES or for Mega Drive or Master System or whatever it is that you're playing, that still doesn't provide anything to the company. You know, Sega's not getting any money off that secondhand Sega Genesis game that you bought. Same goes for Nintendo with the NES. No one's losing money if you emulate games from the NES or SNES. Sure, Nintendo do provide, through the NSO, access to some NES games and SNES games, and N64 and GameCube, etc., etc. But, you know, even those games, it's a subscription service, and I do feel like there's no way to legitimately purchase and have an owned copy digitally of those games. So again, I'm okay with people emulating. I haven't got a problem with that kind of emulation. I have a problem with modern piracy, like playing Switch 2 games on PC, for example. I don't think you should be doing that. If you even Switch games, I think Switch games are like a gray area because Switch games are still a part of the current generation. But like, if you're gonna emulate Wii U games, I really don't care about that, you know? Nintendo's not making any money from Wii U anymore, you know? So just to be clear, no, I'm not saying that that piracy is good. What I'm saying is these particular pirates, what they are doing is trying to undermine Denuvo, and I am dead against Denuvo. Denuvo is a terrible program. It is it does affect performance despite the fact that they claim that it doesn't. And it has other issues as well. Like I said, they are continuously going deeper and deeper into your PC. And will they go to Ring 1? Will they go to kernel level? It wouldn't surprise me. And it does beg the question, are they then harvesting data? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. They could be. I don't trust Denuvo to have that kind of access. Unfortunately, they do, and there's not a lot you can do about it because Denuvo is being placed into loads of different games across all different systems, and it is causing problems. You can find loads of examples online of people running a game with Denuvo, then disabling Denuvo, and the game runs better. It's just the reality of the situation. So people who are doing their best to disable Denuvo is a good thing, in my opinion. So even though I don't necessarily agree with the piracy, even though I don't necessarily agree with the piracy side of things, I do agree with removal of Denuvo. This harkens back to the dark ages of online requirements for single-player games, and it's likely to pose a problem for gamers with spotty internet connections or who travel a lot. Needless to say, honest gamers will be locked out of their games if Denuvo servers experience problems too. The new check differs from the existing one-time activation that Denuvo performs when the game is first launched, which persists until hardware or software change. So this is the part that causes the sluggishness of Denuvo, is that it's constantly doing checks. Sure, they have currently the one-time activation that Denuvo does is to make sure that you've got a legitimate license. But now it's going to be a 14-day. Every 14 days you have to update it. Regardless, it was difficult to imagine, it wasn't difficult to imagine that sooner or later all extant de novo protected games would fall to a pair of proverbial swords. Sooner was the safest bet, and it's a bell rang yesterday when the list of uncracked or non-bypass games dropped to 0. So this is what's happened with the hypervisor bypass. The hypervisor bypass means that every single game can now be cracked. Moreover, and it's cracked from the, from the firmware level, so yeah. Moreover, while the HVB method previously required users to disable most every single one of Windows security measures, the current version 3 method has a relatively minor impact on prospective gamers' PCs. Yeah, so the original version of the hypervisor bypass was, I think it was announced like a year or so ago, and basically it meant going in and disabling a load of Windows features, a lot of stuff that people wouldn't, people who aren't necessarily computer savvy wouldn't really know about, don't really know what they're doing. And you should never play around with hypervisor or what's it called, the my brain's left me. Your credentials manager. That's one of the things I was thinking about. That's not exactly the one that I'm thinking of, though. There's a thing. There's a thing that determines all of the Windows, how everything works. I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. My brain has completely left me. I might be able to find it. Hang on. It'd be in admin tools, wouldn't it? What am I thinking of? I can't even... Registry editor. There we go. Don't mess with the registry editor. Don't screw with that. If you don't know what you're doing, don't play with the registry editor. It's that simple, right? Yeah, so there was a lot of stuff that required you to go into the registry. There was a lot of stuff that had you make a bunch of high-level changes to Windows. And if you're not comfortable with that, if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't do that, because you don't know how to undo it if you make a mistake. It's that simple. But the new security bypass method is a lot easier to perform. As it stands, to run a HVB game, one needs to only disable core isolation, aka memory protection, and then toggle driver signature enforcement to off. Run the game and turn DSE back on. In fact, most recent version of the famous vbs.command script is reportedly even easier to use and game agnostic to boot. So basically you can use that with pretty much any game. Although keeping memory integrity off still opens up significant attack surface. That is true. If you don't have memory integrity, basically checks to make sure that what's happening in memory is stuff that's supposed to be happening in memory. So if you've got memory integrity checker turned off, it means that other programs can be running alongside your game for harvesting data, malware, viruses, etc. So it does have its problems, but it does mean if you're boned up on pirating something, it's even easier than ever before. Gamers are required to trust pirates with installing a kernel level driver. Exactly. That's the biggest part, is like, do you trust these people? And I would say, like, for the most part, for 99% of pirates out there, I would say no. You probably shouldn't trust that they're doing something for your benefit. But, yeah. You know, some people, though, they are trying to do things for the betterment of gaming as a whole. The situation is a far cry, pun intended, from the early 2026 days when it was even necessary to fiddle with motherboards, UEFI, and disable secure boot. Yeah, so it's changed massively. But because of this, because they found an exploit, because Denuvo has basically been overturned, that it is now basically completely beaten, they have introduced a new system to try to force you to sign in every 14 days. Which is kind of only making things worse, but I can't really blame the pirates for this. Denuvo has an option of just going, okay, fine, you win. But instead, they're making it more and more authoritarian, they're making it more and more draconian, and they are forcing us to jump through hoops that are already bad. So, someone trying to remove a bad thing from gaming, resulting in an even worse thing coming into gaming, I don't think we can really blame the pirates on this one, because Denuvo is bad. Denuvo is just straight up bad. And it doesn't belong in gaming at all. Now, I'm going to leave you guys to chat about that a little bit more, because I just need to quickly go AFK for a moment. Be right back. Please don't go away. I won't be. I'll be back in just a moment. I will see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, then I am back. Sorry about that. Alrighty. So I just want to quickly just talk about this this piracy situation a little bit further, because the thing is, I may not like piracy. I don't agree with piracy. I think that if you're going to play a game, you should be supporting the game. You should be supporting the creators of the game. It doesn't mean you have to agree with everything that those creators do, but getting something for nothing is... If you've got a problem, like, maybe I'm a little bit too black and white on this topic, and feel free to tell me so in the comments. But in my opinion, if there's a game that you want to play, but you take issue with the developer, then just don't play it. That's the way I see it. That is my personal perspective, is that if there's a game and you don't like the developer, you don't want to support the developer, don't play it. Just don't play it. I think that this kind of piracy comes from a sense of entitlement. I do. What I mean by this type of piracy is what I'm talking about right now is that, man, I hate that company, but I still want to play the game. You know? You're not being a... You're not being someone... You're not being an outlaw, you know? You're just stealing at that point. It's, so that's the reason why I don't really agree with it. That's the reason why. But that's not the majority of piracy. There are some people who think that kind of piracy is okay. In fact, there's a lot of people who think that kind of piracy is okay. But that's not the majority of piracy. To quote 𝗏𝗏, I'm sure he got it from somewhere else, but he's the one that I know have said it multiple times. Piracy is a service issue. And basically, the problem is, if a game is too frustrating, too difficult, too annoying to get legitimately, people will pirate. If you can make it easy and convenient for people to play your games, and they don't experience service outages, such as I have to connect to the internet every 14 days, or else I can't play the game, then you don't get pirates. There's no need to pirate. The majority of piracy is done because these publishers make it too difficult to buy the game legitimately. That is the reason why I say I don't have a problem with people emulating NES games or SNES games. And you know, just older retro games in general. The reason I don't mind is because there's no legitimate way to pay for those games anymore. If you want to buy an NES game, you could buy a physical copy, but even if you buy a physical copy from a second-hand store, you're not getting, you're not giving that money to Nintendo. And there are other methods, you know, the NES Mini and the SNES Minis that came out. Those are great, and I bought those, and then I filled them up with other games. I think I've got 100 games on each of them. Why? Is it because, you know, I hate Nintendo? No, I paid for it. I paid for the NES. I paid for the SNES. But these other games, which I've installed on my NES Mini and SNES Mini, yeah, you could argue that's piracy. You could definitely make that argument. But I'm unable to get them elsewhere. These are games that are not making money for the companies anymore. The publishers are not making money. The developers are not making money. There's no monetary incentive. There's no need for me to try to support those companies when I download those ROMs. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anyone. It doesn't hurt anyone, primarily. And that's my concern, is that does it hurt people? And I think that in some cases, piracy does hurt people. I think piracy is the reason that some studios get shut down. And that's disappointing. That's unfortunate. There are some people that definitely don't deserve to lose their jobs over something like this. There are some people who don't see it. They don't think of it like that. The way they see it is, I disagree with this publisher, therefore, screw that developer, they shouldn't have gone with that publisher. But it doesn't work like that either, because publishers sometimes buy development studios. It is what it is. You can't really get away from that. And then you got to think about development studios being shut down and people being fired because their game was pirated or something. But I do agree with the sentiment that piracy is a service issue. If you can continue to put de novo into your games, those games are going to get pirated. Because there are people who will not tolerate it. And maybe they're right. Maybe they are right to not tolerate it. For me, I look at the games that I've got and I think to myself, at this moment in time, I understand that I am being tracked by literally every website I go to. I am being tracked by every piece of electronic equipment in my house. My microphone, my TV may actually be listening to me. I get it. I don't like it, but to a certain extent, I accept it as a part of the modern world. What I don't agree with is this: you have to be logged in every 14 days to play those games. I don't agree with that. And if that becomes a thing across the board, if Nintendo adopts it, if Sony adopts it, if Xbox adopts it, then I'm not going to continue playing those games. I'm not going to continue to support those developers and those publishers and those platform owners. I am going to move away from those sorts of games. We talked about this yesterday, and I'm going to say it again today. I've got enough games behind me that if tomorrow, if Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation were to all together say, oh, we're including this new DRM, you have to connect to the internet every 14 days, that's the moment where I will turn, that's enough. I'm done. I will turn away from them, and I will say, I've got plenty of games that I already have on my shelf. This is now a retro channel. I've got no problem doing that. I've got no issues doing that. There are plenty of retro games I've got to play. There are plenty of games that I've already bought within this generation that I haven't gotten around to playing yet. It's not going to be a problem for me to just play older games. I love my SNES. I love my N64. I love my GameCube. And there's plenty of games on Mega Drive and Sega Master System that I've never gotten the opportunity to play. I can always learn more. I can always discover more games. I never had Sega games. My sister had a Mega Drive and didn't necessarily get the games that I wanted to play. I had an Atari 2600 followed by a Super NES. I had a ZX Spectrum. That's where I started with. That's my starting point in video games. And I've had every Nintendo console from the SNES all the way up to the Switch 2. And I recently, I think it was like 3-4 years ago, I bought an NES. Actually, it was longer than that. It was prior to the COOF. I bought an NES. I bought it secondhand. I bought it off a friend of mine. So I've got every Nintendo console that they've ever released. Home console and handheld. You know? There are many games that I've not played. There are games on the NES I've not played. There are games on, like I said, Sega, Master System, Mega Drive, Saturn, Dreamcast. There are games I've never played. There are other consoles. There's Neo Geo. There's... just thinking of some handhelds. Wonder Swan. There's... the Neo Geo Pocket. There are a lot of games that I haven't played for those handhelds either. And if I can find emulators for them, I'll just play those. I've got no loyalty to any brand. And I think that's basically where I think we all should be. No loyalty. Because loyalty suggests we will do whatever this brand says. Loyalty to me is something that is given between people. It's not something you have for a brand. It's not something you have for a company or a corporation, because they've got no loyalty to you. Loyalty to your friends, loyalty to your family, 100%. I'm 100% behind that. I think that we need more loyalty in the world. But not to a company, not to a brand, not to a corporation. Because they've got no loyalty to you. Time and time again, we have seen these companies, even companies within this industry that we love, that will go out of their way to screw you over so that they can make an extra buck. It used to be, once upon a time, you'd buy a video game and the video game would be complete. And you'd plug it in and you play the game and you go, oh wow, this is a really good game. And then you play enough and you discover new things and you go, oh look, unlockables, new characters. There's still unlockables in modern gaming, but they're called DLC. And you unlock them with your credit card. It's not the same, is it? It's not good enough, is it? I think that we are in a position right now where the future of gaming is reliant upon us more than ever. And I know, do you know what? I watched a video the other day that was saying you should never say that. I watched a video the other day saying you should never say that. You should never turn around and tell the audience that that they are important, that they are special. Because in a roundabout way, what people will often hear is, oh shit, I've got responsibility. I like to believe that you guys are smarter than that. I want to believe that when you hear that you have some responsibility, that you're not immediately going to run away and hide like a coward. Because we do have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to ourselves. We have a responsibility to the people around us. We have the responsibility to our families. We have responsibility to our jobs, our work, our kids, whatever we might have. We've got responsibilities. They exist. And we have responsibilities to our hobbies too. It's one thing to partake in a hobby. It's another thing entirely to realize that our partaking in the hobby affects it in some way. if we buy video games, our purchases, our choices affect the industry. It affects what people make. It affects what other people buy. If I play a game on this channel, I may encourage some people to go and play it for themselves. I understand that responsibility. And that is the reason why I am very diligent about making sure what games I play on here are good games and are games that I feel are not exploiting users. Now, I just recently played Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Now, I've said all the way through that, I do not support Ubisoft. I don't. The reason that I am playing The Lost Crown is because I want people to see how good this game was and know that Ubisoft disbanded the team that made it. They disbanded the team that made it, and they basically blamed the team. They made them responsible because Ubisoft didn't market the game. It didn't sell as well as Ubisoft was hoping. And so they disbanded the team that made it. Could they have done something else? Yeah, they could have marketed the fucking game. But they didn't. And then they blamed the team for its underperformance. I played that game not as a, hey everyone, you should buy this game and support Ubisoft. I told everyone, if you buy this game, buy it because you want to show Ubisoft that they made a mistake. Buy it to show Ubisoft that they should never have disbanded that team. Buy it so that they can look at their list of sales at the end of the week, or at the end of the month, or at the end of the year, and go, oh my goodness, so many people bought that game. We should do that again. And hopefully they will bring that team back together for another go. It's highly unlikely, especially now with Ubisoft being sued from every which way. So, yeah. I do believe in protest playing, and I do think that in doing so, people get to see games that are genuinely good from companies that are genuinely bad. And, you know, I would like people to play that game. I would. Because I want Ubisoft to see that this game is appreciated. And I think there's a difference there. I think intent does matter. Some people will say, no, intent doesn't matter. Only funds matter. And I can understand where you're coming from. From a business perspective, Ubisoft might not even give a crap that it's coming from Prince of Persia, but of course they're going to pay attention to it to a certain extent because they're constantly doing market research. They're trying to figure out what exactly is going on, and if people start buying that particular game, Ubisoft will have to take note. They will have to. It'll be a part of their market research that suddenly people are buying Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. But like I said, piracy is a service issue. If they don't serve us with games and features that we are looking for, if they make it harder for us, if they make it unreasonable, if they make it so that video games, if they make it so that we don't have ownership of the games that we buy, then we do have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to say, no, I'm not playing that. No, I'm not buying your shit. No, I'm not going to log in every 14 days just to make sure that I've still got my license active. No, I am not paying for yet another $100 DLC just for you to remove the servers in 6 months' time. This is why piracy exists. You can blame piracy for the existence of anti-piracy technology like Denuvo, but you gotta also realize that piracy happens because of Denuvo as well. There was a when was that? Well, there was a I think it was a TED Talk. I might be wrong about that. There was a TED Talk. I think it was a TED Talk about piracy. And what they said was, when you look at the people that pirate video games, someone who is a publisher will look at the statistics and they'll go, well, there's like 10% piracy on this game. That's 10% losses in profit. That's not true. That's not how that works. You're not losing profit because of pirates. You're getting less profit because of pirates. That's not losing because it wasn't yours to begin with. That is an entitled perspective. And this TED Talk went on to say, I think, like I said, I think it's a TED Talk. I'm just going to call it a TED Talk. This speaker would go on to say, the truth is that 10% of people were people that were never going to buy the game in the first place. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter how much you charge. There are some people that just will not buy a video game. I see it all throughout X. I see people still quoting the same line. I don't see any reason why any game should be over $30. That is an outrageous claim. That is an utterly ridiculous thing to say, in my opinion. In my personal opinion, I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. To turn around and say, I can't think of any good reason why a game should be over $30 US is just utterly ridiculous. There has never been a time in video game history where video games have been $30 at launch. Never. Not once. And even if you were to make the argument that the equivalent of, even then, no. Never. That doesn't exist. That's never been a thing. There are some indie titles which are $20. There are some indie titles that are $15. There are some indie titles that are $30. All right. That's fine. But your general video game, the sort of video games that you see on the shelves in a video game store, they've never been $30 at launch. That's never been a general average thing for the market. It just hasn't. So to turn around and say that there's no reason for video games to be any more expensive than $30 is ridiculous. It doesn't matter if it's $30 because there's always going to be someone that turns around and says, oh, $30? I don't think video games should be higher than $25. And then, okay, we'll make the next game $25. Oh, well, 25. I don't think video games should be any more expensive than 15. Eventually it gets to a point where you can't sustain that. How many people do you cater to? I think you should cater to the majority. And if the majority of people are okay with $60 games, or $50 games, or maybe $80 games, then there's your majority. You know? You should try to make games as cheap as possible. Absolutely. But if you make them so cheap that your business goes under, then you're not going to be making any more games, are you? And ultimately, publishers, developers, whatever, ultimately they are a business. They're there to make money. I don't think they should be over 30 if the game has microtransactions. Microtransactions are relevant to the price of the base game. Wait, microtransactions? Hang on a minute. No, I'm still gonna say that. I think the microtransactions are irrelevant compared to when you're talking about the price of the base game. The reason for that is because just because there's microtransactions doesn't mean that people are going to actually buy them. Microtransactions are entirely optional. So I don't see any issue with people putting microtransactions in the game, so long as those microtransactions aren't content that is absolutely required to understand the game. So, like, for an example, Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain had a quote-unquote DLC, which was actually just the actual ending of the game. So Phantom Pain, you played the game, you got all the way to the end, and it was a little bit of a cliffhanger. There was a lot of loose ends, but then you had to pay for the DLC, which was the actual ending. That is completely unacceptable, and I would agree that, okay, they can do that if they want to do that, but the base game has to be cheap. Yes, $30. But for the most part, games that have microtransactions do tend to be free. There are some exceptions. There are some games which are not free. But when you look at something like Fortnite or you look at Apex, you don't have to pay for the base game. It tends to be free. If I'm paying $80+ for a AAA game, I don't want to pay another $40 to $60 for DLC for levels required to finish it. Exactly. For levels required to finish it, I completely agree. And this is where I'll have to go back to what I was saying, because this is the most clear example of greed, in my opinion, and that's the wrestling games. WWE 2K are incredibly greedy games. They are. And the problem is, while you could just buy the base game is like $100. Even though you could just buy the base game and play it, people play wrestling games to play as their favorite wrestlers. That's the point. That's why they buy them. So if you buy a wrestling game that doesn't have your favorite wrestler in it, you have to buy DLC to get that wrestler, then yeah, I would consider that to be, as you say, required to finish. I would call that required. Can they literally have every single wrestler on the roster? No. And I understand that. I don't think that they're greedy because they have DLC wrestlers. I think they're greedy because of the choices they make in which DLC wrestlers that they have. Because there are some wrestlers in the base game that don't need to be there. And there are some wrestlers in DLC that should have been in the base game. So, yeah, I do have an issue with that. yes, I do have a problem with the way that they go about making these games. The other thing is the fact that there's a lot of stuff in the create a character mode. Do you remember back in WWE 2000, WWE No Mercy and SmackDown versus Raw and all of those games where you could just make a character? Well, now you have to get points to be able to make a character. And obviously you can buy those points. So that's annoying. They make it so that it's difficult for you to do something, and then they sell you the solution, which is ridiculous. And that is greedy. That is absolutely greedy. Welcome back, Marley. How you doing today? How you doing now? I mean, I really need to get out of the habit of saying that, because I always just default to how are you doing today, even though some people have been here already. Yeah, so this is why I say piracy is a service issue. If the service is bad, well, people will get the service elsewhere. Me personally, I believe in, if you don't like it, don't play it, don't buy it, don't play it at all. You know, I'm not here, I don't necessarily agree with piracy. I think, I don't like EA. I'm never gonna play The Sims. There you go. I don't like EA. I'm never gonna play FIFA. I don't feel like I'm missing out. If the company is that detestable, why do you want to play their game? I think that people should show a little bit more self-restraint and just say, I'm not gonna play it. I genuinely, because you gotta remember as well, it's one thing to support a company by buying the games, you know, giving them literal money in their pocket. But even if you don't, even if you're playing the game pirated, they're still getting those results. They're still seeing how many times that game has been downloaded from the piracy website. Do you think they're not watching that? Because they are. And you are providing data for them. Data which they can sell. Data which they can use to make their next game. People's reviews. They can utilize that as well. If you don't want to support a title, or if you don't want to support a title because you don't want to support the publisher or the developer, then don't be a part of the ecosystem at all. It's not just about, oh, well, I'm not going to give them money. No, you playing the game is helping them too. Especially if you play it on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you stream or post Let's Plays. You're advertising for them. Every time you talk about that game that you pirated on X, you are advertising that game. Just don't be a part of the ecosystem. If you don't like it, if you don't want to be a part of it, then don't be a part of it. Don't pirate it. Just don't play it. And this is why I say we need to be more responsible. As gamers, we need to be able to turn around and say, do you know what? Ubisoft, that looks like a great game. I'm not buying it. You know what, EA? I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to play it on stream. I'm not going to make a... I'm not going to pay for it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not buying your DLC shit. I'm stepping out of this ecosystem. I am not going to pay for it. I am not going to promote it. I am not going to talk about it. I am not even going to play it in secret. Because we all know that happens as well. And this comes back to what I was saying. There was a video the other day that I watched which was saying you should never tell your audience that they are responsible for something. because that scares them away. But like I said, I don't like to think that you guys are absolute morons. I like to think that you're smart. So if the idea of responsibility turns you off, if the idea that you are responsible to the hobby that you are a part of, to the ecosystem that you are connected to, then you shouldn't be in it. We are responsible for the games industry. We are the games industry. Without us, those big companies have nothing. I've said this before and I'll say it a million times. If we turned around collectively as the nation of gamers and turn around and said, we are not buying any games this week. For 1 week out of the year, we do not buy any video games, any DLC. We do not pay for any microtransactions. We don't pay for any services. For 1 week. The entire games industry will be groveling at our feet. Because they'd be terrified. They have spent decades telling us that we are worthless. They have spent decades telling us that we need to shut up and play the slop. This is the reason that I do support these piracy efforts when we're talking about destroying de novo. Because de novo are a cancer on video games. And I support these efforts. Even though I don't support piracy, I support these efforts. Because de novo is worse. And for everyone out there that's saying, oh, well, de novo made it 10 times worse by adding the 14-day DRM. Because of the pirates. Sure, yes, that was their response to the pirates. But the current pirates are responding to the fact that de novo destroys games. These people are trying to break de novo because de novo is bad. And just because de novo turns around and says, oh, well, I'm going to do something even worse now, that doesn't mean that the pirates are at fault. It means de novo is worse than they were last month. So let's not give in to them. Let's not turn around and say, oh no, he said the word responsibility, I just want to play games. Every time you buy a video game, you are contributing to a system. You are a part of that system. Every time you play a game, every time you talk about a game, you are a part of that system. We are that system. Regardless of what they want us to think, we are the biggest and most important part of that system. That does mean we are responsible. That does mean we have responsibilities to our hobby. That does mean that we need to be mindful of what we play and who we encourage to play those games. And like I said, if it gets to a point where I just have to say, screw this, and turn off my stream one day and say I'm never playing this game again, then so be it. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not playing my Switch 2 anymore. I'm fine with not playing my Xbox anymore. I'm fine with not buying new PC games. I've got plenty of other games to play. Games that I've been playing, games that I should have played years ago. I'm good. I've got 40 years of collecting done. I probably won't even live for the next 40 years, so I won't be able to play everything. Even if I was to start playing now, I don't think I would get through everything on the shelves. So, if the time comes where I decide this is it, I'm not buying any more new games, and I have to pivot to being a retro YouTuber, that's fine by me. That is 100% fine by me. Give me an excuse. Give me an excuse to do it. I'll do it. Anyway, I don't want to end on a negative, so we do have something else to talk about. We have a couple of little something else's to talk about. Coming out from Nintendo. Rumor: Nintendo is pitching a Metroid movie. Let me zoom on in there. There we go. Nice. Oh, it's just a little bit small, isn't it? There we go. Metroid movie. How about that? I said this. I said this coming out Mario Galaxy, that maybe they're going to do a Metroid movie because Samus's ship was in the background in the Mario Galaxy movie. A new report claims that Nintendo is currently in the process of pitching a Metroid movie. Today's update comes from 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. This person mentioned on social media that, as of a few months ago, the film was still in a bit of a push between studios. Sony was said to be one of the stronger contenders for Metroid, but Universal is also fighting for it. We can't personally speak for 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵's track record, however, his comments are enough to be making a kerfuffle online today. That's basically the only reason that I'm talking about it, is because there was a little bit of a kerfuffle. Could you bugger off? Yeah, between studios at the moment, Sony and Universal are supposedly fighting for it. That being said, we'd advise that you take the report with a grain of salt. A Metroid movie seemed like something that could have happened back in the 2000s. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there was a film that was planned. Oh, bugger off. These ads are awful. While a film was planned, creative disagreements ultimately led to it not moving forward. Gail Tilden, former marketing manager at Nintendo of America, also provided quite a bit of interesting insight into why the Metroid movie never came to be last year, which we covered. Oh, we'll take a look at that as well. Movies are undoubtedly becoming a bigger part of Nintendo's business. The company already has 2 animated Mario movies under its belt, with The Legend of Zelda getting a live-action film next year. We should expect other Nintendo franchises to hit the big screen, but concrete plans haven't been shared yet. Oh, that's literally it. Okay, let's have a look at this other article then regarding the Metroid movie. Former Nintendo executive on why Metroid movie didn't happen. Gail Tilden, look how big that is. That's probably an ad that hasn't loaded. Yeah. Okay. Gail Tilden, former marketing manager at Nintendo of America, has spoken out about the Metroid movie that never came to be. It was around 2 decades ago that there were hopes of seeing Samus Aran on the big screen. The movie was planned to hit theaters in 2006, but that didn't end up happening. Producer Brad Foxhoven would later reflect on what transpired, indicating that there were creative disagreements with Nintendo. The company was apparently hesitant after the 1993 Mario movie bombed, and was unsure about allowing a different team to handle Samus's origin story. Tilden now shared insight from Nintendo's side as a part of an interview with the Video Game History Foundation. Ooh, I should definitely look that up too. While there was a lot of discussion about who would play Samus, it seems that no one was ever chosen definitively. Despite that, Tilden indicated that the 2 sides were on agreement on potential direction for the story. The biggest thing seems to be about the... Let me scroll that up. The biggest thing seems to be about the budget, because it's always about money. It would have costed a ton to make the movie, And following the poor performance of Catwoman... Oh yeah, remember Catwoman with Halle Berry? Oof. Don't get me wrong. Halle Berry in tight leathers and latex, it worked for me. But not for the reasons that DC were hoping. It seems that though... it seems as though that was when it all petered out. Tilden said the following. So always wanting to do... Sorry, I had no idea that was playing. I don't have my headphones on right now. I don't put my headphones on when I'm doing chat and streams. Really sorry about that. I didn't know that that was actually playing, and it was playing quite loud too. Alright, anyway. So, always wanting to do, and people were always calling about doing a movie. You can imagine that the most common question is, you know... Sorry. You know, we're calling, we'd like to do a Zelda movie. So the answer was always no. And so, you know, even I personally said, Mr. Miyamoto, like, oh my goodness, could you... Do you know, I'm having a lot of difficulty. I am actually having a lot of difficulty reading this because of all the, and so, you know... Like, this is literally written as she said it. Alright, okay. And so, you know, even I personally said, Mr. Miyamoto, like, if Steven Spielberg himself wants to do a Zelda movie, what's the answer? He said no. That was it. The answer was always no. That's very interesting. Go away. But the Metroid team, which was Mr. Sakamoto, is the person who created But the Metroid team, which is Mr. Sakamoto, is the person who created Metroid. Alright. He also made Kid Icarus, and he's the Wario creator and games like WarioWare. Real fun guy. He was open to pitches on Metroid. And his counterpart for Metroid Prime is Mr. Tanabe. So together, John Woo's company, the Chinese director, had wanted to pitch to do a Metroid movie, and we had several meetings. It took a long time. We would talk sometimes about who should play Samus. Should it be Charlize Theron? Yes. Yes, it should. Absolutely. No, she's not right. No, she is. Charlize Theron is right for everything. Just hire her. I mean, maybe not anymore. She would have been back then. Anyway, it was on and on about who the actress is that they could see as Samus, but never settled on anything. I think they thought she's not such a beauty as opposed to kind of an athlete. So we had several... Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't need Samus to be like a super gorgeous, stunning model. I need her to look like she can actually do the role. You know? She needs to be strong. She needs to look strong. So we had several story angles that were pitched or presented, and finally landed on something that did a pitch kit and took it out. And the level of budget that would have been needed to make the movie was significant, okay? And at the time, the only female action movie that had come out was Halle Berry's Catwoman. And it didn't do so well. The only female action movie that had come out was Halle Berry's Catwoman. Are you sure about that? Really? Cause I remember this little movie called Alien from 1979. I don't know, you may not have heard of it. It's kind of an underground hit. That was a female-led action movie. Oh, and wasn't there like a sequel? In fact, there was like 5 sequels, 3 of which we pretend that don't exist. As look, I get it. Look, it's a story about aliens, you know, being out in the universe and, you know, bug hunting on a spaceship with a human female bounty hunter. And yeah, I can understand that not many people know about this movie, but considering it's the movie that Samus was based on, okay. Anyway, and so the company, John Woo's company, they pitched for Metroid, but we did not make a sale. So that's the truth of why that particular project didn't happen. Okay, so John Woo wanted to make a Metroid. Tomb Raider! You're right! There was a Tomb Raider movie! Wow. Okay, cool. You never watched the Tomb Raider movies? I did. I did. I wonder, actually, I need another screen. I need another screen. Hang on. Female-led action movies 2000s. Let's have a look. What do we actually have? What do we have in terms of female-led action movies? In the oh no, that's showing this year's stuff. I'm not looking for this year's stuff. Okay, so we had in the year 2000. Oh, for goodness sake! I just realized. Okay. Okay, so in the year 2000, we had Charlie's Angels with Drew Barrymore, Cameron Diaz, and Lucy Liu. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which had Michelle Yeoh. Miss Congeniality with Sandra Bullock. Lara Croft Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie. Resident Evil with Mila Jovovich. The Underworld series, Kate Beckinsale, and Kill Bill. Probably one of the biggest action movies of all time, Kill Bill. Do you remember that one? Good grief. When was Catwoman? Catwoman was 2004. So, Aeon Flux came out the following year. What else we got? Elektra came out in 2005, so that was the following year. G.I. Jane came out in 1997, not 2007, 1997. We were still a little bit early for like the Hunger Games and stuff like that, but Kill Bill came out in, Kill Bill Volume 1 was in 2003, and Kill Bill Volume 2 was in 2004. Lara Croft Tomb Raider was 2001. Sandra Bullock was in The Net in 1995. Resident Evil in 2002. And yeah, Underworld in 2003. You know, Underworld, that critically loved, well, not critically loved, but, you know, that series of vampires versus werewolves that everyone loves. Yeah. Yeah, there were no female-led action movies, ever. It's never happened, guys. It didn't happen until, Hunger Games happened, I guess. I assume that was the first ever female-led action movie ever in the history of forever. It's just something which I've complained about so many times, is that so many people... I've complained about this in, like, comic books and stuff like that, where everyone has to scream first, you know? It's like, oh, this is the first gay superhero. It's like, no, but they're not, though, are they? No, but they're not, though, are they? That's a lie. That's not true. Everyone is so fast at screaming first. And this was a thing like 10 years ago. Everyone was screaming first. Oh, this is the first female. Like, do you remember when, what's it called? Wonder Woman with, Gal Gadot. I couldn't remember what her name was. Gal Gadot. When Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman came out, everyone was screaming, this is the first, female-led superhero movie. Really? That one? That's the one that you want to claim as first. Oh, they also did it for, what's it called? Not Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel. They did it with Captain Marvel. Where it's like, oh, it's the first female-led superhero movie. It's not even the first one this year. And then they had to tone it back, and they're like, oh, it's the first Marvel female superhero movie. It's like, oh, wow, okay. But there was such a pull. There was such they had to just push this narrative that, oh, we are the first one. Look how great we are. We're the first ones to accept this. And it's like, guys, stop. Gal Gadot isn't even the first on-screen Wonder Woman. Stop. Catwoman was another example. Supergirl was another example from 1980... I want to say 1984? Maybe? 1986, perhaps? I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was 1994. Let me actually look that up. Oh. Wrong button. Supergirl movie. No, not 2006 movie. No. It was 1984. Yeah, it was. Yeah, with Helen Slater as Supergirl. Yeah, so there you go. 1984 was Supergirl. And back 10 years ago, people were like, oh, Wonder Woman's the first female-led superhero movie in the history of forevers. It's like, stop, please. Please. That's so annoying. Anyway, over the past few years, Nintendo has started to change its approach to films. The Super Mario Bros. Movie debuted in 2023 to massive success, and Nintendo is partnering with Illumination once again for another Mario flick. It also announced last year that live-action film based on The Legend of Zelda. We covered Foxhoven's comments on the Metroid movie way back in 2012. You can check that out here. We won't be checking that one out. So, there is currently a rumor that Nintendo are looking for a studio to make a Metroid movie. I would be definitely interested in that if it were real. However, what if I was to tell you there's another Nintendo movie? One that they haven't told us about yet. So everyone thinks that this is the one that everyone's talking about. That Nintendo is looking for a Metroid movie. No. There's another movie that Nintendo hasn't told us about yet. Nintendo and Illumination are releasing an untitled movie in April of 2028. No one knows what this movie is going to be. It hasn't been announced. As far as we're aware, there's been no casting or anything. We just have a release date. With the Super Mario Galaxy movie rolling in the dough right now, it makes absolute sense that Nintendo and Illumination are looking ahead to the future, and it seems like the two studios have a plan. Universal Pictures International Spain's release schedule lists an unannounced movie from the gaming and animation giants, which is set for the 12th of April, 2028. That's less than 2 years away. Thanks, Wario64. Yes, thank you, Wario64, for doing basic math. Currently, it's listed as Untitled Illumination/Nintendo Event Film. So we have no idea what that means. Is it a new Mario movie? It might be. But the first and second films had 3 years between them. Now, it is possible. Now, to be fair, with Mario Galaxy movie just being released in this year, it is possible that they're just going to take, because they've got all of these resources, they've got all of these models now for the characters. They really don't need to change those. It is possible that Illumination will be able to pump out Mario movies every couple of years. Especially if they're already working on doing like background assets. Because a lot of the stuff in Mario, there's a lot of reused background assets. So you wouldn't necessarily need to change out the blocks, for example. The blocks are going to be the same blocks no matter what movie you see them in. The castle is going to be the same castle no matter what movie you see it in. The Comet Observatory is going to be the same Comet Observatory in every movie you see it in. So it is possible that right now, Illumination have got so many assets on file for Mario that they aren't going to need to make a lot to be able to make a new movie. So it is possible that they've already got the plans, the scripts for 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 30 movies. And so now they'll be able to make them and release them. That is very possible. We could find out that the next Mario movie will be releasing in April 2028. And we could then find that the next Mario movie is releasing in April 2030. So it is possible that we could see a rapid fire production line of Mario movies coming out. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be bad movies. It just means that because they've already got the assets, it's just about making the movies. Who knows? I've been saying for a long time that any company that has got assets like this should also be making TV shows. I think that they should make a Mario TV show using Illumination's assets. They absolutely should. And do you know what? There's one company that did that. Sega. With the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, they also released a Knuckles TV show. Nintendo and Illumination need to get on that and create a Mario TV show. You've already got the assets, go for it. Some suspect that this date could be referring to a Donkey Kong movie. Okay, interesting. But of course, others are having fun with it. Just check the replies and quotes, though be careful for some minor spoilers if you haven't seen the latest movie. And there it is, there's the sheet. There's the sheet. 12th of April 2028, Untitled Illumination/Nintendo Event Film. Animation. Okay. Others think it may be the Star Fox movie, especially given that Fox McCloud has a pretty decent presence in the Mario Galaxy film. Agreed. That could also be it. Like, they could definitely have been working on a Star Fox movie in the background, and now they're going to release an actual full-on Star Fox movie. They just need to announce it. That's basically all we're waiting for. Let's see now. Could it be the rumored Metroid movie? No. I don't think this will be the Metroid movie, especially if rumors are suggesting that Universal and Sony are still fighting over who's going to get to make the Metroid movie. I don't think that is, I don't think that's likely to be the Metroid. Excuse me. I don't think it's likely that Illumination are making a Metroid movie. I don't. I think Illumination are going to be making the cartoony movies. So like the Marios, the Star Foxes, maybe a Kid Icarus. I'd be down for a Kid Icarus movie. A Yoshi movie, a Donkey Kong movie, stuff like that. I think that's what Illumination will do best. But I don't think Illumination is going to be making a Metroid movie. I think the reference using Samus's ship in Mario Galaxy was literally just a hint that they are trying to find someone to make a Metroid movie, but I don't think it means that the Metroid movie is going to be made by Illumination. It's so funny to me how cameos make people jump to a movie tease, and it's funnier that they're sometimes right. Yeah. No, I don't think that the Metroid movie is going to be an Illumination movie. I do like the idea that they are, you know, trying to sell a Metroid movie, because I would love to see a Metroid movie. I really would. But it needs to be an R-rated movie, and I don't think Nintendo will be willing to do that. I've got my opinions on a Metroid movie, but yeah. Hey JC, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? The movie will be about the bird from Bird and Beans. Bird and Beans. Okay, I don't even know what that is. Am I looking it up? Let's have a look. Bird and Beans. Oh. That. Okay. I remember now. That's a deep cut reference, JC. That's almost as old as the Metroid movie pitch. 2008. Oh, that's why I didn't get it. It was called 𝗵𝗄𝗄. Yeah. I think I have that on my 3DS. I might have that. I might have 𝗵𝗄𝗄. But yeah, apparently it was called Bird and Beans in America. But in PAL territories, it was called 𝗵𝗄𝗄. Yeah, I think I have that. Apparently it's a spin-off from WarioWare. There you go. There's something new. Something I've learned. Nintendo called it Bird and Beans for the one time it was in a Nintendo NWC. What's NWC? It was called 𝗵𝗄𝗄 in WarioWare? Yeah, okay. What's NWC? Nintendo World Conference? No, that can't be right. I suck at acronyms. You're gonna have to help me. Nintendo World Championships. Oh, right. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so let's just finish off this article now. Ultimately, we're not going to know until either Illumination or Nintendo lifts the lid. Anyway, we have the Legend of Zelda movie to look forward to next year, which is coming from Sony. So that's next on the Nintendo Cinematic Universe, docket. So, okay, that actually kind of touches on a little topic there that I would like to discuss as well. The idea of the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. Yes. Mario Galaxy movie did confirm that there is a Mario or a Nintendo cinematic multiverse. Not a universe, not a cinematic universe. Star Fox and Mario do not exist in the same universe. they don't. That is the explanation. It was a malfunctioning warp drive that sent Star Fox careening through time and space and ended up in the Mario universe. And that is actually really interesting, because in the original Star Fox for the SNES, there is a thing that you can do that sends you to a secret world called Out of This Dimension. So that is actually like another deep cut reference right there. The thing about was it Out of This Dimension? Actually, do you know what? Before we, I'm going to take us back over to the chat screen. Star Fox Out of... Yeah, it was Out of This Dimension. So, Out of This Dimension was a secret level that you could find yourself in Star Fox. And the level is infinite. So you could just keep going. You could never get out of it. It was kind of like it was kind of like an Easter egg, but it also traps you forever. The only way that you could get out of it is by turning the game off. And the boss fight for Out of This Dimension was a giant slot machine, which you had to fight. And the only way you could fight it was by like shooting the arm and getting the right line, the right symbols lining up on the slot machine. So it was it was a weird one. It was definitely a weird one. But the idea that Star Fox is able to leave his universe due to some kind of ancient warp gates or by a malfunction in his warp drive, it does actually have precedent in the games themselves. So this idea that Star Fox has accidentally ended up in the Mario universe, it's not outside the realms of possibility. But then when you look at games like Super Smash Bros. Brawl, for example, you've got the Subspace Emissary. And Subspace Emissary basically explains that there is a place between places, that there is a universe that connects different universes together. And that's basically the cause of Smash Bros. So the idea of other beings coming from other universes into the Mario universe is not unheard of. You know, it's not something that is necessarily front and center in a lot of the different games, but it is something that happens, and it happens regularly enough that we've got multiple games that demonstrate this happening, which I think is really cool. And so including Star Fox in the Mario Galaxy movie was a good move, in my opinion, and I liked seeing Star Fox. So I would like to believe that that is what the 2028 movie is going to be. I want to believe that that's going to be the Star Fox movie. Otherwise, a Donkey Kong movie could be interesting. I'm definitely curious to see what they would do with that. But I'll be honest, Donkey Kong isn't necessarily my most favorite Nintendo character in the world. When it comes to the classic games, I much prefer Donkey Kong Jr. to Donkey Kong. It's a good game. It's a fine game. I just prefer Donkey Kong Jr. I think that a Donkey Kong movie could be interesting. And it could lead towards something similar to a Smash Bros. Movie. Now, do I think that Metroid should be made by Illumination? Hell no. Simply put, nah. Preferably, I would want someone... I mean, John Woo is a good director, but I think I would want someone who could actually do space horror, you know? I think that a Metroid movie is definitely something I'd like to see, but I'd also like to make sure that it was done properly. You know? That's kind of a big deal. I think that's something that a lot of people assume, though. Like, I've seen a lot of people talking about the idea of there being a Metroid movie on YouTube, and they always come at it from the assumption that it's going to be bad. It's like, oh yeah, there's going to be a Metroid movie, it's going to be terrible. Well, why would you assume that? A lot of people say that the Mario Galaxy movie was bad. I don't agree with that. I think it was fine. It did what it was meant to do. And, I think that the Zelda movie is looking pretty good so far from what little I've seen of it. Admittedly, I haven't seen a whole lot. There were some leaks. There was some leaked footage from the set, which I thought was, looked really good. I did watch it. There's no dialogue. You can't hear what's actually happening, but you can see different characters showing up. And, I think it looks pretty good. I do. I think it looks authentic. And hopefully they will do it justice. They'll make it look like a serious Zelda movie, which would be cool. I hope that it doesn't end up being childish, you know, childish Marvel-esque jokes, and also random humor. I'm not into that. If that's where it ends up being, I'm gonna be kind of upset. And the same goes with Metroid. I think there's a lot of things that could go wrong with Metroid. There is. But I think one of the things that's definitely going to be the sticking point for a lot of people is going to be the age rating. Because Metroid isn't a game for kids. It's a lonely, dark, hostile universe with Samus Aran in a power suit, who is an orphan from a world where her parents were slaughtered by space pirates. That's not fun times, happy, colorful, G-rated movies, you know? That's a horror movie. That's a space horror. That's Alien, you know? So it needs to be an adult movie. Not that kind of adult movie, you know what I mean? It needs to be an R-rated, 18 plus. Maybe, I think at most is 16. You know, absolute minimum, it needs to be a 16 rated movie. Yeah, exactly. She's not without trauma, and it's life or death for Samus. Absolutely. And they need to take that seriously. If they were to turn around and make it a fun, cartoony Metroid movie, then that would be bad. But I also don't think they are going to be selling a Metroid movie to Illumination. I don't see that happening. So I think that this movie coming up is going to be either Star Fox, it could be Donkey Kong, or like I said, they might just be in a position right now where they've got so many different assets that they can just make another Mario movie whenever they want. They might be able to add some new characters, they might be able to add some new scenery, some new places, but they might just be able to just do whatever they want now. They might have all of those assets there for the using. And like I said, Mario TV show, please, let's do it. Let's get that going, shall we? I think that would be excellent. Especially if you focused the TV show as being in the Mushroom Kingdom. I think that would make the difference. It would be a lot easier to do. But yes, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the idea of a Metroid movie? Oh, there was something else I wanted to talk about as well. It's a bit late now. It's already nearly 4 o'clock. Oh, wow. Okay. let me just quickly do this one last thing. As always, leave your thoughts. All of this is conversations. These aren't me preaching at you. This is conversations. I want you to have your say as well. So by all means, leave a message in the chat so that I can read what you have to say. But also maybe leave a comment at the end of the stream as well, so that we can continue the conversation when the stream is over. Last thing for today. Okay. So this is mostly good news for me, but this is good news all around. So if you are a backer for the ZX Spectrum Next issue 3, which is this whole thing, this is the third issuing of the Sinclair ZX Spectrum Next, hence why it's called issue 3. There's been a new production update as of this morning. Production update, here we go. We are happy to share the news that the major hurdle to the start of production is now solved. The missing ADV chips for the new video output are on their merry way to the factory, hopefully delivered before this week is over. This means it's showtime. Now the clock starts. We need to tie up all of those loose ends that were left hanging, taking advantage of the extra available time. Hold on to your seats, as this is going to be a big update. Snapshot from the factory. There we go, look. There's actually pictures from the factory themselves. We begin with a snapshot of the factory floor in a frozen state, eagerly awaiting the arrival of missing chips to start populating our boards with the components that transform them into a ZX Spectrum Next machine, into ZX Spectrum Next machines in earnest. Can I make this a little bit bigger? Kind of. It stays in the middle of the screen though. Alright. PCB silk screening specialist preparing the black PCBs. Look at that. Look at that. That's gorgeous. I know it's a little bit blurry, but that's what I can see there is there's one PCB here and there's another PCB there. So it looks like it's oh, actually there's 3 of them. Is there 3 of them? 4 of them even, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. White for the white PCB boards for the magenta Next are being all lined up and they're ready for the next step. A snapshot of the silk screening of the blue PCBs. Bad boards don't go to heaven. This is where they test continuity of all the different sections of the board. Mechanical testing, aka under pressure. Pushing down on me, pushing down on you. Nice one, guys. So this is like literally a pressure test to make sure that the boards don't break, or to make sure they've got a good tensile strength when they're, you know, being fitted, because the last thing you want to do is crack a board. The boards are cut, inspected, sorted, racked, and ready to go. With ADV chips now underway, we secured a production slot for June 20th, right on time for us to attend RETCON and jump straight onto the plane headed to China in order to oversee the production in person. Keeping backers updated in real time with snapshots of the factory floor as the nexts get made. Okay, so that's the big news. I'm not going to go to the rest of this one, but the big news is, if you're a backer for the ZX Spectrum Next, like I am, the ADV chips are finally in. They're finally heading to the factory, and we are going to start seeing these boards being populated, and we are finally going to see the release of the ZX Spectrum Next issue 3. Now, this has been a little bit of a... It has been a little bit of a clusterfuck, because the ZX Spectrum Next was originally supposed to release in December, and that didn't happen, as you may have guessed. there was an issue with some of the chips, there was an issue with some of the boards, and they had to go back and redo them all. Then there was the idea that it might be ready by March, but then the ADV chips didn't show up. And so now we've finally got the final piece of the puzzle. This is all going to get going, and there's going to be a Sinclair ZX Spectrum Next issue 3 happening this year. Thank goodness for that. I have been waiting for this for a while because I will be streaming some ZX Spectrum games. And this is going to be one of the ways in which we can do it. The thing is, what they've done with this this version of the ZX Spectrum is that it's also got a C64 core. So it can run Commodore 64 games as well. And many more. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't actually say anything there. All right. But yeah, they added multiple cores to it to make it so that it can play multiple different systems. It was originally meant to just be another Sinclair ZX Spectrum Next, but the more that this project has gone along, the more they've added to it. They've made it into a real multi-purpose retro PC, and I am so glad that they have, because once again, like I was saying, you know, if I turn around and I look at my shelf, I've got a lot of games to play. Well, if I've got one of these, I'm going to have even more games to play, because I've got a load of Spectrum games that I want to play, there's a load of C64 games that I would like to play, and there's a lot more coming to it as well. I think there's an Amiga core. I might be wrong about that, but I think there's an Amiga core as well. Actually, let's go to the campaign. Let's have a look. It'll say. So it's also got the ability, you can create your own games on it as well, of course. Got a bunch of games that's going to be on it. Right, here we go. The new official cores. So it's got the Sinclair QL core, as well as the Next core. With a switchable CPU between MC68000 and 68020. Run classic QL software with full compatibility, smoother performance, while adding vibrant color and exciting sound capabilities. Our enhanced QL core brings the system back to life, complete with a modern SD storage, internet, and legacy network support, and full integration with the Next own keyboard. So basically, what they're saying is, it's going to be a Sinclair. It's going to be a ZX Spectrum. But it's going to be better, you know? It's not a completely new PC. It is a ZX Spectrum of 2026. Commodore core. To experience and enjoy classic SID sounds while playing iconic C64 games from tapes, cartridges, and even multiple disc spanning titles. You can switch between cores and or launch them directly from the Next ZX OS to boot. It's that easy. Extra cores are available from third parties like the BBC. Oh, okay, so they're going to be doing a BBC core. That wasn't on here before. Okay. And more Sinclair related cores in the planning stage. So every time that they add a new core, it means that this system is going to be able to do so much more, because it's a modifiable system. Personalities. Timex as well as unofficial clones. Such as the TSTC 2048, Pentagon, TK90X, and TK95, and others. So those will be all usable software from those systems, and multiple personalities from the ZX80, the ZX81, and all the original Spectrum models. What they mean by a personality is what are the cores able to replicate, not emulate. This isn't emulation. This is an FPGA. So personalities is basically what runs in the cores. So we've got a Sinclair core and a Commodore 64 core, but it'll also run the Timex and unofficial clones, and it'll also clone all of the various Spectrum models. So this is like the ultimate ZX Spectrum. Is there anything else? They did talk about adding cores. There's the C64 core. And that's the QL core. Okay, so there's three primary cores. The next... Oh, no, I guess it's not the... I guess it's not three. There's two. There's the next /QL. And then there's the C64. But yeah, we've been waiting on this. We've been waiting for new news. The previous update that we got from the ZX Spectrum Kickstarter was that they had no further news because they were literally just sitting there waiting for the ADV chips. And now that the ADV chips are in, production is underway. We are ready to go. New ZX Spectrum coming soon. I can't wait to be able to play it on stream. Really looking forward to this. I'm really excited for it. And maybe this will help facilitate me moving into more of a retro scene on this channel. Because as much as I've been enjoying playing a lot of the newer games recently, like Resident Evil 9 and Pragmata and Monster Hunter Stories, I'm not feeling good about the modern gaming landscape right now. But at very least, we will have access to all of these amazing retro systems and all of the indie titles that come out from these systems as well. Because that's the other thing, is that just because the last ZX Spectrum was released in 1995, I think, doesn't mean that people have stopped making games for it. There are a lot of new games that are coming out for the ZX Spectrum. Even this year, there's been new games coming out for the ZX Spectrum. And I'm looking forward to playing them. And I hope you guys are as well. So this one's exciting for me. And I'm really looking forward to more Spectrum, more Atari, more classic games on this channel. You'd love to start an Amiga setup? That would be really cool, yeah. And it's so good that we've got so many dedicated people out there in, you know, the 2020s that are looking back at all of these amazing systems, these historical systems, and thinking to themselves, I could make that. And it's so good to see, because we do have Atari games, we do have Spectrum, we do have C64, we have so much going on, and I think that there's a lot of things that people don't necessarily think about. You know, there's so many consoles. Do you know, during the 90s, there were consoles coming out like every year. Everyone remembers the Genesis or the Mega Drive. Everyone remembers the Super Nintendo. Recently, people have been reminded that the Neo Geo was a thing. But there were so many consoles that were coming out during the 90s. It was hard to keep track. Some of them weren't great. Some of them were genuinely amazing. But unfortunately, we only think about the most successful. I've always heard it said, you know, that there's always new technological advances, but only the successful ones get talked about. Or only the successful ones get remembered. I don't think that's even true. I think only the most successful ones get talked about. Because, or possibly the most successful and the least successful, because everyone knows about the SNES and the Mega Drive. That's already more than one. But a lot of people don't talk about things like the Apple Pippin, for example. I like to joke on the Apple Pippin because it was a terrible system. But like then you think about things like the Atari Jaguar. You think about the TurboGrafx. You think about Philips CDI, the 3DO. There were so many consoles that were coming out in that generation that it's hard to remember every single one of them. It's hard to be able to say, oh, hey, yeah, I played this game and I played that game, etc., etc. You know, because not everyone actually had access to those systems. Some of those systems were ridiculously expensive. Some of them weren't designed to be played as a console, you know. They weren't a toy, shall we say. Like, you look at the Super Nintendo, right? The Super NES released originally at $200. In today's money, that's $470. The original SNES was, if it was bought today, would be $470. But then you look at something like the Philips CDI, and we all know that CDI games are trash. We all know the memes of the Zelda CDI games. The CDI was $800. And no, I don't mean $800 in modern money. I mean it released at the price point of $800. In today's money, that would be $1,800. Actually, $8,885. Rounding up slightly. The CDI. Then you got the 3DO. The 3DO, again, was similar. It was not necessarily a dedicated games console. That was $700 on release. $1,555 in today's money. It's crazy, right? Even the Sega Saturn was $400 on release. There are people out there that are complaining about, or paying $100 for a piece of plastic to play the Virtual Boy games. Okay, I get it. I do. I get it. They definitely could have pulled that price down a little bit. But the Virtual Boy, the original Virtual Boy, was $180 on release. That's $378 in today's money. And that means that when I bought my Virtual Boy, I bought it for $300. That means I got it cheap. This is all in American money, by the way. So that was $800 US for the CDI, $700 US for the 3DO, $400 US for the Sega Saturn. And then we got $600 for the Apple Pippin. $600 for a console that was a dedicated console that no one remembers, except for me, because I like to clown on it. $600. $1,226 by today's money. This is why I've said before, and, you know, it's still true. When it comes to the price of consoles, it's not as bad as you think. It was always worse. It has always been worse than today's prices. Nintendo Switch in today's prices is $450. Or Switch 2, I should say, is $450. The Atari 2600, the Atari VCS, when it originally released in 1977, was $200 US, which in today's money would be $1,060 for the Atari 2600. Take into consideration, that was leaps and bounds ahead of its time at the time. But that was still $1,000 in today's money. The Switch 2 for $450 is the same price as the Sega Genesis. For $450, the Switch 2 is the same price as... Actually, it's a little bit more expensive than the Nintendo 64. But it's cheaper than the PlayStation. At $450. The Nintendo Switch is cheaper than the original Xbox. It's cheaper than the original than the PlayStation 2. Unfortunately, the games that we have to play on them are all digital, so that's a problem. And like I said, if it means changing this channel to a retro gaming channel and going back in time, I'm okay with that too. But that is going to be it for me for this episode of Talking Tea with Aneuryn. Thank you for joining me. If you've enjoyed today's stream, please do leave a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. And if you really enjoyed it and you're new here, hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to be notified of when I'm going live next, which will be in just 2 hours. Because tonight we're going to be playing Pragmata. Or we're going to be continuing Pragmata. This will be like the 3rd episode, I think. Pretty sure it's episode 3. I might be wrong. But yeah. Leave a thumbs up because I'm currently in YouTube's doghouse and I could definitely do with all the help I can get. If you want to follow me on something that isn't YouTube, I do have an X, I have a Threads, and I have an Instagram. And I'd love for you to join me on those. And of course, we have our Discord as well. Links to everything are in the description. And with that, I'm going to say, be good to yourselves. Be excellent to each other. Play more video games. Hang on a minute. Kiko is jumping in real quick. Yeah. Okay. Alright, come on. Hurry up. Hurry up. Let's go. Did you see that Diana took over the other Capcom Twitter accounts? No, I didn't. Okay. I don't even know where to look for that. Oh, wow. Okay, I see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wait. Hang on. I'll fix it. There we go. There you go. So Diana has taken over the Raccoon City account. I don't know what other what other Capcom accounts there are. Street Fighter, I guess. A Street Fighter movie. She hasn't taken over the Street Fighter account. She got into Resident Evil and Monster Hunter. Oh, okay, Monster Hunter. Yeah, of course. Yep, there it is. Diana Monster Hunter. Oh, look, she's got like a Monster Hunter sword over her shoulder and the Raccoon City. Yeah, okay. Oh, and she's got the egg as well. Man, she's just hacking into everything, isn't she? You mean the greatest movie of all time? Right, Max, you're getting removed from the moderators. That's not allowed. We don't talk about that. Right, Ace Attorney is next. That'd be really fun. Yeah. Outstanding. Alrighty. Yes, so as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. Please leave a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. I've already said that bit. Ring a bell, subscribe, all that jazz. Be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, peace, love, and high scores. Catch you later, everyone.